So that's a good start. I was muted, so I'm going to tell you good morning again, dear participants. My name is Eric Gall. I'm Deputy Director at IFOAM Organics Europe, and I will have a pleasure of moderating this LIVESEED workshop this morning. So yesterday we already had a presentation of the wealth of the various results of the LIVESEED project so far at the scientific, at the technical level. We already started into looking into policy aspects, and we'll go into more details today at this workshop on the implementation of organic regulation related to seeds, and we will look at the progress achieved at the national level so far. So first of all, I'm going to present you again the LIVESEED project for this session. I'm sure that some of you have already seen these few introducing slides. As you know, there are many partners within the LIVESEED project, which is a 4 years long research project funded by Horizon 2020, the research program from the European Commission. It is coordinated by IFOAM Organics Europe together with FIBEL Switzerland. And as I said in the workshop today, we look at the implementation in details at the implementation of the organic regulation related to seeds. LIVESEED is a multi-actor consortium with 49 partners and linked parties across many European countries. The objectives of LIVESEED are to boost the organic seed availability and production, but also to foster the development of plant breeding across Europe, with the aim of reaching 100% use of organic seeds in the future. You're probably familiar with the main objectives of the LIVESEED project by now. The project has looked into the policy and regulation aspects so as to provide a level playing field for the use of organic seeds and variety registration across Europe. There were research and development aspects to develop innovative approaches in organic plant breeding and to improve the quality of organic seeds. It also looked at the socio-economics aspects to increase the accessibility of organic seeds and the adoption of new cultivars, at the economic and market aspects so as to improve the competitiveness of the organic seed supply chain, and also at communications aspects to enhance knowledge exchange and to raise awareness on the benefits of using organic plant breeding and organic seeds as well. So LIVESEED seeks to foster harmonized implementation of the EU organic regulation on organic seeds, and we'll look at this in details this morning, which includes strengthening the organic seed databases across the whole European Union. It aims at widening the choice of organic cultivars to meet the demand of farmers, processors, retailers, and consumers. It also looked at the socio-economic aspects related to the production and use of organic seeds, and it seeks to improve availability and quality of organic seeds as well. What we will do this morning, what we will discuss, is the progress that has been made since the start of the project 4 years ago. And so we will, in the first session, we will have speakers who will present you with key success factors that have been identified to increase the production and use of organic seeds. This workshop brings together stakeholders from the national and regional workshops that were organized throughout the project in various countries. Hopefully we'll get inspired by the successful practices that have led to positive outcomes so far. We will discuss the launch of a European-wide router database for the registration and information about organic seeds available. And we will, of course, discuss the key next steps that have to be taken to increase the production and use of organic seeds. So in this first session, as I said, we will look in details at the key success factors in the implementation of national policy recommendations that have been identified by the project so far. Then we will have a short break of 15 minutes. Then we'll have discussions on smart practices, looking at case studies about the seed expert groups that exist in many countries, at organic field trials, and at national seed databases as well. And we will also discuss the communications aspects. We will have a lunch break, and after the lunch break, we'll have a presentation on the launch of a European router database. We will have a short movie about the LIVESEED project and about the best strategies to produce organic vegetable seeds. And finally, we will have the discussion, the panel debate from 3:15 to 4:45 with many very interesting speakers as well. I would like to remind you, like my colleague Molly did, that you will have the opportunity to ask questions today. In this first session, we'll have a question and answer session after our two presentations, and you will have to write your questions in the chat, and I will have colleagues moderating the questions. So the questions selected will be transmitted to me, and I will read them and ask them to the speakers. So let's go into the session about the key factors in implementing national policy recommendations. We will first have a presentation by my colleague at T4M Organics Europe, Martin Sommer, about the evaluation of a national progress made in different countries since the start of the LIVESEED project. Then we will have a presentation by Michael Reichmakers from BioNext about the key policy measures to increase production and use of organic seeds in northwestern Europe, and then we will have a questions and answers session. I think we can go directly into the presentations now. So I will call my colleague Martin Sommer to give us the first presentation about the national progress achieved so far. Good morning, Martin.
Good morning, Eric.
Thank you for being with us again for another LIVESEED workshop. Martin works as policy coordinator at T4M Organics Europe and is coordinating the policy work package of LIVESEED to boost production and use of organic seeds in Europe. I think we are ready for your presentation, Martin.
Yes, thank you, Eric. We're a bit ahead of the time, but that only gives us a bit more time for questions maybe at the end. And please keep in mind that you can ask the questions during all of the session. You don't have to wait until the end. And that is also easier for you to ask the question like this, I think. So I have the pleasure now to present to you the progress that has been achieved at national level since the start of the LIVESEED project. And I will, of course, not go into all of the progress, but I will go and I will focus on the progress in those countries that at the beginning of the LIVESEED project we selected as countries in which we think there's a great potential for improvement in production and use of organic seeds. And those concerns the countries that you can see here in blue. It's the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, then Bulgaria and Greece. We had the pleasure to attend the national workshops myself. And furthermore, there have been workshops in Hungary, Italy, Poland, Romania, and also Spain. This progress that I'm going to present to you now is part of a LIVESEED task, which is the National Progress Report, and there will be an actual report published at some point on the LIVESEED website, I think, as well, where we reflect on the actions taken by the stakeholders since the national visits and the national and regional workshops. And it will consist of the actions that have been formulated and committed during the national workshops in the form of the declaration of organic seed. So that means during the workshop and at the end of the workshop, the participants and stakeholders committed to actions in their country to boost the production and use of organic seed. And we will now show, what has come out of this commitments. And also more broadly, we analyzed the developments in the implementation of the organic regulation compared to previous years of the LIVESEED project. This progress has been, and information about the developments have been collected by the national partners. They have been in touch with all the stakeholders. They have been updating each other what has happened since. And IFORM Organics Europe, as the coordinator of the policy work package, has brought all of this input together. And I have the pleasure now today to present it to you along those categories that you can read here. So we will go through the progress based on those sections to structure it a bit. And I would like to start with the database. So I'm talking about the national seed database that is not only a marketplace where seed producers can list their offers and farmers can see what is available on the market, but it also serves, as you might know, as a basis for the decision of whether a derogation to use non-organic seed is granted or not. And there we have seen a lot of positive developments. We've seen that there's increased awareness about the database at national level. Of course, you would assume everyone should know about it by now, but there's still some gaps to be filled. And we've seen quite generally that additional seed producers have been listing themselves in this database after the national workshops have taken place. Also, a general trend could be identified that new seed offers were introduced to the database, even though, of course, there's been quite a lot of national differences. So in some countries, this increase is more or less substantial. So there is still room for improvement there. That's for sure. Then we have seen almost in every countries that after these national workshops, stakeholders have sat together to draft a letter to the national competent authorities to provide inputs on points of how the database can be improved. And this stakeholder input proved very essential and crucial. And many national authorities have been, recognizing this input and also recognizing the importance of the database. And because they took it seriously, many databases have been improved. So the functionality has been improved. So the usability has been improved, and also the update frequency has been improved. Still, there are some points where, like some single cases in which the database is actually still an Excel file, and that means, some small steps are important, but in some cases we will need more substantial changes in the future, and also when the new organic regulation will come into place. Then we had over to derogation. So how is it managed that derogations for non-organic seed are provided and managed? And we see that that expert groups have started working on non-derogation lists. So meaning the expertise of the expert group is used to draft a list of varieties for which a derogation cannot be granted because there's already sufficient organic seed available in quantity and also in quality. So this is a good tool to limit derogations and to increase the sale of organic seed and the use of organic seed. We've seen that in many countries after the national workshops, derogation reports were made public. Usually they should be made public anyways, I think, for transparency. But where it was not public yet, due to the request of the national stakeholders, those reports were made public, which is a very good development. And also, lastly, lists of equivalent varieties have been developed. So that means a list of farmers or a list for farmers, which farmers can consult to see when they want a certain variety but it's not available. They can see on these lists what are the equivalent varieties they can use as well. Maybe those equivalent varieties are available in organic seed, and then that's a positive thing. And yeah, this is expected really to decrease the amount of granted derogations in the end. Then we come to expert groups. Expert group is something that we've been highlighting continuously as in LIVESEED as a recommendation, really, to implement at national level, to bring together competent authorities, farmers, certification bodies, seed producers, and researchers, and therefore it was very nice to see that several national expert groups have been nominated and are in the process of becoming official after the national workshops and in the recent years. We see at the example of Poland, for example, there is some flexibility in how you set up such a expert group. And we see, for example, there in Poland, this expert group have been set up within an already existing council for organic farming. So there's multiple ways of how to do it, but the important thing is that it's done. Research is, of course, crucial on the one hand to develop new varieties that are adapted to the organic farming conditions and that are adapted to the upcoming demand and also challenges like climate change, for example. And on the other hand, research is really important to test varieties also under organic conditions, because this is not a practice that is established everywhere. Often organic varieties are tested under conventional conditions, but it's important that it's taking place under the actual circumstances. So there we've seen that public research projects and breeding programs for organic varieties are either continued or started. There's funds being available or made available for organic breeding, and also cultivar testing trials under organic conditions are being expanded. In general, we can see that there's a big focus on cereals, but also there's testing trials taking place for vegetable varieties and also potatoes in one or two cases. And what is also very good is that you might know there's going to be a temporary experiment on organic variety testing. Probably the EU Commission will go into a bit in detail about that in the panel session. But we've seen that there's a great interest and countries and national authorities and have been showing interest to the Commission that they want to participate in this experiment, which is very good, and which also probably happened due to the national workshops that have taken place and that have really shifted the attention towards this. Another point which is often underestimated is training and communication on the topic of organic seed. And therefore, I've been glad to see that there's a lot of information exchange that has been, kick-started after the national workshops. For example, in Bulgaria, we have seen a brochure with information about organic vegetable seed that has been created. What we have seen a lot is workshops on organic seed, for example, at trade fairs. This was when trade fairs were still a thing in a physical world. Hopefully there will soon be again, but we've also seen that there have been webinars done, as an alternative to a physical workshop. Also, it can be a useful tool to establish a social media platform. We've seen it, for example, in Romania, that such a platform has been set up to facilitate the exchange between organic seed producers and farmers. So this is something useful that if a network is not yet existing, you can help that to become a thing by setting up such a platform. Then another crucial point is that organic seed are included in the often already existing training programs. for current and upcoming organic farmers. So to showcase why it is important to use organic seed and what are the special things that farmers have to take into account when they use also organic seed. And then we've also seen a couple of demonstration fields to showcase the performance of the varieties for farmers, so that they can also make themselves an own picture and see how those varieties perform under organic conditions, which should not be underestimated. Another thing is that certification bodies and those who do not do it yet have started to actually inform and to actively inform organic farmers during certification field visits, first about the existence of the database and a recommendation to really make use of it, but also of the benefits of using organic seed. And lastly, we've seen that stakeholder networks have been established on the one hand on research, to exchange research outcomes on organic varieties among breeders and research institutes, but also we've seen networks being set up among breeders and end users, so farmers in the end. And we all know that that farmers can play a very important role in breeding as well, to make sure that the varieties are actually living up to the expectations that farmers have towards them. And lastly, we've looked at actions that have been taken to stimulate production and use of organic seed. We've seen internal task force organic seed production set up. In example of Greece, which is very nice. I don't have time to explain now, but yes, I'm recommending you to have a look at the national posters. Then we've seen the ministries have been lobbied to include extra payments for farmers that use organic seed. This can be done in the context of CAP and also the national action plans. And yes, we have, based on these, we have come up with a key success factors and recommendations based on all of these inputs. So national authorities and stakeholders have the task to install and expand national seed expert groups. Those expert groups can be then used to decide on derogation status, for example. Research institutes, breeders, and seed companies have the responsibility and can make a difference by conducting more testing trials on organic conditions. Stakeholder networks are also crucial in this. National authorities and seed companies can set up targets to gradually increase the supply of organic seed for key crops. Seed producers and farmers can give recommendations towards ministries on how to improve the database. National authorities and certifiers can communicate towards farmers and seed producers on this database. Then, of course, it's to the national authorities to actually improve the quality and functionality of the database, and maybe even consider connecting it to the EU root database. And the national organic associations, they can really make a difference by organizing workshops and webinars on organic seed for current but also upcoming organic farmers. I've come to an end now. You can read back all of this progress that has been made at national level in detail in the national progress posters. You can find them in the Discuss with LiveSeed section, and if you click on one of those countries, then you will see the actual results, and you can actually get in touch also with our national partners on this if you want to know more. So I will keep it like this. I think I'm already a bit over time. I hope it's no problem, but I think we made some time available at the beginning by starting a bit earlier.
Thank you very much, Martin. You're not at all over time. We are actually a bit ahead of time. Thank you. It's great to see that so much was achieved thanks to the LIVESEED project, also at the policy level. In particular, it's good to hear that databases at the national level were already improved concretely, and that new expert groups were set up in other countries as well, because we'll have the opportunity to discuss it a lot today, but that's indeed one of the key success factors, the establishment of national expert groups working in particular on no derogation list. So thank you for the presentation of these results so far. We will keep questions for both you and Mike after the two presentations. So I think we can go directly into Micah's presentation. Good morning, Micah.
Good morning.
Good to see you again for another LIVESEED workshop. Micah, let me introduce you. You are a project leader on organic seeds and breeding with Bionext since 2005. Since 2010, Micah is also responsible for the Dutch National Annex projects, which include the organization of annual meetings of expert group and advice on derogation policy to the Dutch government. Within the work package of LIVESEED dedicated to policy work, you have co-organized the national visits as well as the national workshops, and also the international workshop dedicated to Northwestern European countries. And this is what you will tell us about this morning in details. What are the results of the discussions we've had among this group of countries, which are part of the ones with the most elaborated systems to increase the use of organic seeds. So, Micah, thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Eric. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you all again, although it's online. I will just... Hopefully you now see my presentation. Yes. I will tell you a bit more about policy measures that and key success factors in that in Northwestern Europe. I will start with the implementation of the regulation. Then I will say something more about smart practices, and I will end with the recommendations that were the outcome of the workshops that we organized earlier this year. When I talk about Northwestern Europe, I mean the countries that are colored orange in this picture. In total, 13 countries. The sources of information of the things I'm going to present are the status quo analysis that we conducted at the beginning of the LIVESEED project, the LIVESEED database analysis that has been done by our partners, so Feeble and the Italians. There have been email consultations and surveys, and we organized two workshops, one international workshop for Northwestern Europe countries, and we had a separate workshop in September on vegetative propagating material. Start with the databases. As you can see here, it's an overview of all the databases in different countries. Most of the Northwestern European countries maintain an interactive organic seed database. And 8 countries out of 13 work already with the organic ICSeed system. And this system has some advantages because seed suppliers can upload the offer directly themselves. You can apply for derogations through the database, and it can show for control bodies a history of the availability on a certain date. If we look at the derogation process, there are already several countries working with a national annex system or a non-derogation list. All countries have a category 2 for single derogation. So this is a list of all the crops and varieties for which there is offer, but not enough to cover the whole market. And most countries also work with a general derogation list, also called a category 3, for crops for which there's no offer at all. Looking at the main policy measures, I see a great resemblance with what Martin just showed. So it's good to see that many practices are used in many more countries. To involve stakeholders, seed expert group is really the most important measure implemented. And to increase the availability and use of suitable varieties for organic farmers, variety trials and organic breeding research are important measures. For limited derogation, the national annex system or the non-derogation list is the main measure implemented. And then there are some examples of private agreements to stimulate the production and use of organic seed. It was also mentioned yesterday, one of the examples is from Switzerland, where they have established a fund for certain crops to promote organic breeding. And to fill this fund, farmers that buy conventional propagating material have to pay the organic price, and this price difference is put in this fund. And there are also some examples, for instance, in Denmark, but also in my country, where farmers and the seed supplier agree to use a certain percentage of organic seed. Looking at the seed expert groups, you can see here that all the countries having a seed expert group are having more than one group they have groups for the different crops. And this is for a reason, because often it's not only different type of farmers, but also different type of seed producers or traders. And what you can also see in this picture is, on this slide, is that some of the crops or the groups are dealing with vegetative propagating material. Here you see an overview of the national annexes in the different countries. I think it's already quite impressive. What you can see here, that it's not only crops on the national annex, but also quite often subcrops, because sometimes there's enough organic seed for a certain subcrop, but not for the whole crop, and then it helps to divide the crop into subcrops. So it's more step-by-step approach. It's also important to mention that in Switzerland, the national annex is not public regulation, but it's organized by BioSwiss, and that's a private organic farming organization, but 95% of the organic farmers in Switzerland are member of BioSwiss. Now I come to some smart practices. To start with France. France is, of course, a very large country, and they work with the national annex for several years now. And when they started to work with this national annex, they also introduced a fourth category called the alert screen. And you can see it on the slide, it's marked yellow. And on this alert screen, they put the crops or subcrops that are candidates for the national annex. And the idea behind this is that both the farmers and the seed producers can start working on prepare themselves for this off-derogation list. So farmers can try out new varieties, and seed producers can start producing more organic seed of the crops that are on this list. Another example from France is a progressive timetable. And here you see the example of carrots. Because carrots is a biannual crop, which means that seed production takes 2 seasons or a year and a half at least. And it's quite difficult to produce organic carrot seed. So it was too big a step to say, okay, we just put carrots on the national annex. So they put it on the alert screen. And at the same time, this timetable was developed to step by step to make sure that farmers can adjust to the new situation. So in this year, in 2020, they have to use 50% of, if you grow organic carrots in France, you have to use at least 50% organic seed. And each year, this percentage will be raised. I think this is also a good example how it could work if you want to make small steps ahead. When it comes to Denmark, smart practices there. In Denmark, they have, in the seed expert groups, there have crop experts that know the different varieties and how they perform in organic farming. And they evaluate the varieties on the market and their suitability according to specific criteria, depending on the crop. And if a farmer asks for a derogation, while at the same time equivalent and suitable varieties are available in organic, the derogation is not granted, unless the farmer has some specific needs at his farm, for instance, a specific disease. And they have another interesting rule, crops that are not harvested, so-called catch crops or cover crops, must always be from organic seed or grown with organic seed. Then I want to share with you some smart example of BEO. BEO works according to the concept breeding for organic. As some of you might know, BEO is a conventional seed company also producing organic seed. And they try to combine the best of both programs. So they start with conventional breeding, but all the breeders keep in mind the interest and the traits that are interesting for organic farmers. And once they think they have some new varieties that are interesting for organic, they start testing them on their organic fields. Another smart practice from BEO is that they introduce part of their assortment only as organic. So for some main varieties that are used a lot within organic farming, they don't produce so-called untreated seed, they only produce organic seed. Another smart practice is that they really look carefully for which crops they produce organic seed, because of course the higher price of organic seed is an issue for farmers, but for many crops farmers use seedlings or transplants, and there the cost effect is much less. And finally, they use the derogation reports to see what are the main varieties that are interesting for organic farmers. Like I said at the beginning, we also had a workshop organized in September on vegetative propagating material, and there the situation is a bit different. In the new regulation, vegetative propagating material should also be included in the database, and until now this is only the case for seed potatoes, but then it will be for all vegetative crops. And what is different there is that unlike seed, you cannot store the material. You cannot put your seed potatoes in the fridge and keep them for another year. You have to sell them and use them in the same season. And therefore, introducing a pre-ordering rule or pre-ordering deadline is very helpful. And this means in practice that derogation can only be requested if the farmer ordered the organic material in time. And again, depending on the country, for potatoes, this is somewhere early spring. And for fruit trees, it takes a bit longer to make a fruit tree, so it should be at least a year or a year and a half in advance. During this workshop, we also looked at some other vegetative propagated crops, the soft fruits like raspberries and strawberries. And there one of the obstacles is that the propagation is usually done in vitro. You see that on the picture on the right. And this is, of course, not organic. But at the same time, in practice, we see that also the planting material is still used, is still conventional. So we could start with stimulating the use of organic planting material. And that's what you see in the middle, picture in the middle. For raspberries, the long canes, but also for strawberries, the waiting bed plants, they can be produced organically. So that would be a first step. For the grapevines, we had a presentation during this workshop from Germany, from some German breeders. And they explained to us that it's very difficult to grow organic grapevines of the main varieties that are now used, the main conventional varieties that are now used for wine production. Because those varieties are very susceptible to certain diseases. Therefore, they said we need more robust varieties, and they focus now on organic breeding instead of organic propagation. Now we come to the recommendations for strategies to reach 100% organic plant reproductive material. And with plant reproductive material, I mean both seeds and both vegetative propagating material. Well, it's no surprise that also in Northwestern Europe, they think national expert groups are very important to involve the stakeholders and to make progress bottom up. Also, not surprisingly, improve and manage well the national seed database. Also in Northwestern Europe, there's still a lot that can be improved there. Another suggestion was to increase production and marketing of organic plant reproductive material through supply chain initiatives. So involve other stakeholders in the supply chain. Why only involve breeders and farmers? We should also involve traders and maybe even retailers. Then there is a need to clarify the rules for vegetative propagating material in the new organic regulation, because this is not clear at the moment. And like I said before, introducing a pre-ordering deadline for vegetative material can really help to increase the use of this material. And then support the capacity building for breeders and farmers. But the main recommendation coming from this group and also from the panel discussion that we had at the end of this workshop was to increase cooperation between countries, especially the countries that already work with the national annex. They want to cooperate, to learn from each other, to harmonize the implementation, and to create a level playing field. And therefore, they recommend to organize structural knowledge exchange between different countries, maybe even at the European level, on what crops are on category 1, to exchange information on the results of variety trials and also on technical preferences on specific varieties. They also want to have more workshops like we had before on specific topics. For instance, the seed mixtures, the labeling of the seed mixtures. This is something that many countries now are struggling with, and it could help if we have one workshop only dedicated to that. And then there was a suggestion from one of the competent authorities that we could learn from the conventional seed sector on how to share information on seed and varieties between countries. Then at the end of the workshop, we organized a poll, and this was the measure that was most popular there. We should develop a roadmap towards 100% organic seed What do I mean with a roadmap? Well, a roadmap is more timeline or a plan to come to 100%. And of course, this timeline can be different for each crop. This is just an example. For potatoes, maybe it's a straight line and we could reach 100% organic seed potatoes before year 2036. Personally, I think potatoes would be a good candidate for that, because in many countries already organic seed potatoes are produced. Many companies are involved in organic breeding of varieties suitable for organic, and farmers can help in the propagation of the seed potatoes. For other crops, for instance carrots, we see now that there is still quite difficult to produce organic seed. But once these technical problems are solved, maybe there will be a raise in the production and use of organic carrot seed as well. And for other crops, again, this is just an example to give you an idea. For some cereals, maybe it's more a stepwise approach, because there is many different varieties are used in many countries, so it will take a lot of effort to increase the supply of organic seeds. So this was the main recommendation, to develop a clear roadmap towards organic seed, and I hope that later today, also within a panel discussion, we can discuss this a bit more. To develop such a roadmap, it was said that analyze bottlenecks and describe actions that are needed is essential. Then you make a long-term timetable, a plan for each crop. When needed, you could divide the crop into subcrops. All relevant stakeholders should be involved. And this can be done on the national level, but also in the international level between countries. And another idea was to give expert groups an important role in this, to integrate the aims of the different crops in national organic action plans. I'll come to the end of my presentation. I thank you for your attention, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Michael, for these very clear recommendations. And thank you for mentioning at the end organic action plans, because indeed, a clear roadmap to reach 100% organic seeds should ideally be part of a national action plan on organic farming. And as you know, we will soon have a new European action plan on organic farming. It's expected by the beginning of year 2021, and we're all looking forward to it. So once again, I think that the progress achieved throughout the LIVESEED project has been quite impressive already. And dear participants, I would like to remind you that now it's you have the opportunity to ask questions to our speakers. So please do send your questions through the chat, and my colleague Agnes will transmit them to me as well. We have almost 25 minutes for the discussion if we want to. Maybe as I'm waiting for your questions, dear participants, Martin, you said that already there were new countries where seed expert groups were set up throughout the direction of the LIVESEED project. Could you tell us a bit more about which countries have established such expert groups?
Yes, so that's been really something that I've observed from all of the feedback, that there's a lot of things that are, have been initiated with regards to the seed expert groups. One example is Italy, and I would really like to remind you that in the Smart Practices session, so the session afterwards, we will have a presentation on how Italy approaches setting up such an expert group and how they want to involve all the stakeholders in this process. So this is a very interesting example, because there's really a major movement now happening in Italy to get this expert group working. Also, in Greece is, I think, a very nice example. Also in Hungary, in Spain also. I would also like to remind you that in the Smart Practices session, we will have our national partner from Spain also explaining a bit how they approach it, and they have a quite interesting approach in which they link several databases to feed kind of the national database. So I would like to highlight that. And then also in Estonia, it's still work in progress, but there's something happening, and in Lithuania as well. So as I said, in Poland also, they're establishing this expert group. So I think in most of the countries where there's been a national visit, now those expert groups are being set up.
That's great. Thank you, Martin. I think that's a very important result, which is worth celebrating. There's more work to be done, obviously, but I think the LIVESEED project has created a clear dynamics in this respect. So that's very good news. And I actually have a follow-up question related to this to Micah now, because the SEED expert group is why it is important to have a SEED expert group. In many countries, it's linked to the national annex and to the no derogation list. And many countries still do not have such a national annex with no derogation. In your opinion, Micah, would you have advice on how such a national annex should be established at the national level, and who should be involved?
Yes. Well, I think it's important, if you want to introduce such a system, that first of all, you have an expert group to discuss for which crops you think in your country there could be enough organic seed available, and to discuss what the main varieties are for the farmers that are needed for this crop in order to put it on the non-derogation list. And as a second step, you need clear criteria to determine when a certain crop can go to this list. In my country, for instance, we look at the derogation list every year to see if for a certain crop there are many derogations, then obviously the amount of seed available is not enough. So then together with the farmers, we try to find out what are actually the main varieties. And then hopefully the seed producers that own those varieties are willing to produce organic seed. This is not always the case. So in that case, it's hard to put the crop on the national annex. And if this is the case, then the seed producers can say, okay, we can produce this and this variety. And then the farmers say, okay, if this is the assortment, then we can put it on category 1. And then you can put it on there, but the expert group in most countries is not having the mandate to really decide on that. They can advise the competent authorities. And then the competent authorities, they have to agree to put a crop on such a list. So regarding your question, who should be involved? Well, the farmers. And it's important that the farmers are representing other farmers, because so if there are from a farmers organization, for instance, that helps. Then you need the seed producers there. You need some crop experts from research institute. The certifier or the database manager would be helpful. And then the government should be involved for the final decision. I think that is most important. And if you want to start with something like this, just start with some crops that your country is really good at, and that you have many companies involved in. Start with some basic crops for your country. That would be my advice.
Okay, thank you, Maaike. And as you mentioned, it's clear that first of all, you need to have data and information from the stakeholders about which crops are the key one and are really missing on the one hand, and which could be maybe a bit easier to produce at national level on the other end. And like Martin said, I think we will hear in details about some of the countries which are in the process of establishing expert groups and no derogation list as well. I have a question from the audience for you, Maaike, as well. So I'm going to read it. Do you think it is realistic to achieve the goal of 100% organic seeds without clear legal restrictions?
I don't know what you mean with legal restrictions here.
It's a question. It's a question from the participants. So it's open to your interpretations.
Yes.
Well, I guess it refers to a large extent to a derogation and to a phasing out of derogation, at some point to the obligation of using organic seeds, whether it's for specific crops or whether, as you know, we have an end goal with a new organic regulation, 2036. Maybe this time frame is too long. I don't know. What do you think of the importance of having legal restrictions in this way forward?
And with legal restrictions, you mean to grant derogations, maybe, or?
I understand the question as having a clear roadmap about ending derogations.
Yes. Well, of course, derogations can only be ended when there is enough availability of organic seed. And there will only be enough availability of organic seed if there is a clear demand from the farmers. So that's why we can only move forward step by step, I think. And again, I would like to stress that it's important to start with the main crops. And I cannot answer the question if we will reach actually 100% organic seed for all small crops, including the crops and the herbs that are in seed mixtures. But to me, that is not the most interesting question right now, because we're far from this 100%. So I would also be happy if we reach 90%. The most important thing is that we move forward, and therefore you have to, you need commitment from both sides. Because also for the seed producers, producing organic seed is a great challenge. It's not something you can just do aside. They have to convert their fields to organic, and they have to learn how to produce those seeds. And for some varieties, it's really difficult. So if they invest a lot, they need to have some market certainty. And this has to come from the farmers. So if the farmers say, okay, we want this variety in organic, and those varieties are multiplied, then they should buy it. And then you need some kind of legal restrictions or regulation to make sure that the derogations are limited. And so far, this national annex system seems to be, I think, the best option for that.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for reminding that, the work of seed companies and breeders is a challenging one. It's usually, a challenging but rewarding process to convert to organic farming for a farmer. But there's also a lot of, knowledge building and for breeders as well. And it's great to see that so many seed companies, are looking now to further invest resources in the production of organic seeds. But indeed, they need previsibility. And you mentioned, as one of the key recommendations, we need to have clear roadmaps on how to reach 100% organic seeds, maybe for each crop as well. And in this respect, you mentioned a very interesting practice from France, which is this alert string. because it gives visibility to stakeholders, for a given crop, in how many years there will be no derogation possible anymore. Do you think that it is a practice that could be useful to establish in other countries which already have a national annex, for example, so as to improve previsibility?
Yes, I think it's very helpful. In fact, we're trying it out also in my country now. Well, we don't have this nice alert screen on our database, but we do, in the expert groups, we do make a long-term commitment. So for some crops, we say, okay, we want these varieties, and it will take 4 years to produce them, and then we put it on the national annex. So we decide on the intention to put it on the national annex, and of course you have to evaluate this when the time is there. But yeah, I think we do that, and also in other countries, also in Germany, they look forward to see, okay, what can we produce in the coming years, and what is the perspective?
Okay, thank you very much. Just I'm turning to Martin because you mentioned that you participated yourself to some of the national workshops as well. Maybe could you tell us about your feeling of a prospects in some of the countries for further collaboration, because the stakeholders at the national level have made commitment to all take steps to improve the situation, especially in countries where there is not yet an expert group, or where the database is not really interactive yet, or not fully filled up with all the necessary information. I don't know, maybe you can tell us briefly about your subjective experience with your participation in some national workshops, about the prospects for further cooperation in some countries, or about some of the bottlenecks and difficulties, maybe. Martin?
Yeah, so I mean, I've only attended 2 of them, so maybe in the end, Mike, who attended more, can also add on this. I think what was very interesting to see is that, first of all, there was kind of this feeling in the air that those meetings don't happen often enough. So participants were really eager to exchange and to discuss and to think about how can we progress step by step. So that was the first thing that I experienced, that this workshop really made a difference, because people are getting together that cannot or usually do not get in touch with each other, or not enough. So the question is now, I think, how can you kind of institutionalize this? Because I mean, LiveSeed will be ending next year, and the question is, how do these stakeholders stay connected? And one thing is there, those like stakeholder networks that I mentioned, that have been set up, that are informal. But then also, I think those expert groups at national level can make a huge difference, and because this would be a regular forum where stakeholders get together, and it's then not only about what is the actual competence of the expert groups that they exchange on, but because they are meeting and they have these connections, they will also be exchanging about other things as well. So yeah, I think those expert groups are a big part of it.
Okay, I think we made the message clear about the importance of national expert groups, and I'm sure more will be set up in the coming months and years as well. So we have more questions from the audience. A question for Michael about farm-saved seeds. What do you think about the farm-saved seeds produced on farm under organic condition? This would be a legal and a possibility, wouldn't it? That's the question.
Well, yeah, it's actually mentioned explicitly in the new organic regulation that the use of farm-saved seed under organic conditions is allowed and should be recognized as organic seed. And of course, The rules for producing organic seed on your farm are also linked to the seed marketing rules. You cannot just produce organic seed or reproduce from protected varieties. So you have to keep that in mind. But once you keep this in mind, of course, it's a great contribution. And I think we need farm-safe seed and farmers to produce seed if we want to reach this 100% organic seed. In some countries, there are hardly any seed companies active, and farmers are still, in fact, the main producers of seed. And therefore, it's important that in those countries, there's also investment, like Martin mentioned before, in training for farmers, so that the quality of the seed is improved. And once those farmers are certified, they can also, for seed production, they can also sell their seed. So, I think it's necessary.
Yes, thank you. And it's actually a point I wanted to ask you about, because I think you both mentioned capacity building of farmers and breeders as an important action as well. Does one of you, either you, Micah, or Martin, wants to say a bit more about this? Which type of actions will be important, can make a difference, or have you seen in some countries some interesting practices already in terms of capacity building? Martin, maybe? It's a difficult question. Yeah.
I mean, the key point is, I think, participatory breeding here, which basically means that the farmers are involved in the breeding process from a really early stage, and the other thing is then also training farmers to produce seed that are, like Micah mentioned, in a high quality. So we've seen that there are breeding institutes and research institutes working together with farmers more and more. And I think there was a clear consensus among all of the participants in the national workshops that this is a very crucial, way we should, this is the way where we should be going. And then also, I think there's still in some countries really a need for those trainings, capacity building trainees for farmers to produce organic seed.
Yes, thank you. And in general, I think capacity building is part of the actions in general where the organic movement expects from the new organic action plan at the European level as well, because there are indeed many countries where where the organic movement is not so well established or organized, and where it's very important to have capacity building in general. But I would like to say thank you for mentioning participatory breeding program, bringing together farmers and researchers. And I must say that the European Commission, through their research program, have been pioneering such participatory research approaches already for a couple of decades almost. And that's one of a good point about EU research programs in this respect. And they have clearly an important role to play. I have a technical question about seed potatoes from our participants as well, and it's for Maker. So Maker, you said that seed potatoes are possible to multiply under organic conditions, and that's true. But what about the seed that is used to produce seed potatoes? The participant is working in that business, and it's apparently impossible to buy and very hard to produce high-class organic seeds for potatoes. And in the participant's view, it will never be possible to have an independent organic seed potato production. What do you think about this?
Before I answer this question, I would very briefly add to what Martin just said on this, if you allow me, on the capacity building. because I think it's also important that farmers are, in addition to what Martin said, educated on good farming practices for organic, and also about which varieties are actually most suitable for organic production. Because what we see very often is that farmers that convert to organic just keep on using the same varieties as they did when they were a conventional farmer, just because they don't know other varieties existing that might be more suitable. And therefore, in the independent variety trials, where the farmers can see an overview of all the varieties of a certain crop, I think they are very important also to stimulate them to use most suitable and optimal varieties for organic farming.
Okay, what do you mean by independent variety trials?
Well, of course, seed companies organize also field trials with their own varieties, but it's often at research stations that you can, as a farmer, have an overview of the varieties from the different companies. And that's what I mean with independent. It can be a demonstration field or actually field trial that is not showing only the varieties from one company.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I guess it touches upon as well the key role of farm advisory services too, and we hope that this is going to be that there will be actions as well in the EU organic action plan to improve funding and access to independent farm advisory as well.
Specialized in organic.
Exactly, specialized in organic and in agroecological approaches as well.
Yes.
This is part of our challenges and ways forward as well. Back to potatoes now, Micah. The question about the difficulty to get high-class organic seeds for potatoes.
The seed potatoes are the propagating material, so they should be organic in organic farming. But the seed for the seed potatoes can be conventional. And I can only speak from my own experience here, but in the Netherlands, we have many seed breeding and trading companies for potatoes, and they all cooperate with farmers. So they give the original material to the farmers, and the farmers produce then the seed potatoes. And those seed potatoes are given back then to the companies, and they sell it to the farmers to produce potatoes. That's, I think, in more countries, the common practice, that there's already a collaboration between the farmers and the seed breeding or the potato breeding companies.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if this answers the question, but otherwise this person can always send me an email and I can explain a bit more on this.
Thank you. What is fascinating is that each crop and each species raises its own challenges as well, which is part of the fun when you're discovering this field, I find. Maybe we can go to one topic as well that you mentioned, Martin, is how databases have been improved in the last years throughout the LIVESEED project as well. Do you have one or two concrete examples in mind of such improvement of databases, which are also one of the crucial tools to gradually phase out derogations and to reach 100% organic seeds?
Yes, I can maybe explain like some general improvements that I've seen. I mean, first of all, it is clear that it should be free. It's also in the new organic regulation. So we've seen one or two examples where it has been made freely accessible, and this is the starting point.
The seed companies or the farmers or both?
Because the seed database should be, of course, free to use for producers to put their offers in the seed database. And then it's also important that and I think we've seen also some improvement there, that seed producers have access to the database so that they themselves can update the offers, and that's very crucial because there has been some constructs, and there's still some constructs where seed producers have to get in touch with the national authorities, make a request so that they can put it on the database. So, and this is a lot of bureaucracy that's actually not needed if the seed producers can directly put their offers on there. And we've seen some improvements there, but there is still a lot to be done, I think, when we come really to how easy is it to use, and how practical is this database managed.
Okay, thank you, Martin. I have more questions from the floor coming. One of the participants wants to come back to the possibility of using farm-safe seeds, and he or she is asking, don't you see a risk in training farmers for seed multiplication to have higher quality farm-safe seeds, because it could decrease the demand for certified seeds and thus the royalty income for breeders who are working to make organic more productive? Who wants to answer this question? Mike, please.
No, I don't see this risk. First of all, for many crops, it's really too complicated. Many vegetable crops, at least, it's too complicated for farmers to produce the seed themselves, and they can never compete with the quality of the seed or are very hard to compete. You cannot do it aside. You really need to dedicate as a farmer then to seed production. What I was referring to is more that in some countries where there is the necessity to use farm-safe seed because there's a lack of seed companies, and the farmers have to choose between farm-safe seed or seed that is imported and not really suitable for their national conditions. And in that case, the training can help them to produce better farm-safe seed, and that the quality of the seed they produce for themselves is improved. But in my experience, once there are seed companies that offer a good quality seed, then farmers producing that same quality of seed, they can only do that if they really dedicate to that and not apart from all their crop production. It's just too much work then. So I think that the need for certified seed from seed companies will not be hindered by this.
Okay, thank you for a clear answer about that. I have another question from our participants, and it's starting with a comment. Clarifying the rules in the new organic regulation is definitely necessary. Do you have any comments on which specific problems or open questions are still there in relation to the new organic regulation and the secondary legislation, I guess? Martin, do you want to try and answer that? What are still the open questions that the new organic regulation should solve or address? Or it could be Martin or Micah.
I mean, the organic regulation is really in its last phase now. Public consultations are taking place. For example, at the moment, there's one on organic heterogeneous materials. So also this is for you stakeholders if you want to make a contribution there. Now would be the opportunity. There are still some points to be clarified with regards to organic heterogeneous material of what makes this material actually organic. So there we will need some clarification. And also with regards to seed mixtures, I think seed mixtures is a major point where we have different systems in different countries. And the question is, how can we get together the offers that are there on seed mixtures without interfering to the national context, like without interfering to what's actually working at the national context. So this is a huge challenge, and this will probably not be solved with this organic regulation. But at least we will see a bit more clarity when it comes to labeling the seed mixtures.
Thank you, Martin. Do you want to add on that, Maaike?
Yeah, very briefly. It was also mentioned yesterday during the discussion with the people from the Commission that there's still some clarification needed on the status of the seed from farms in conversion compared to in conversion seed compared to organic seed. And like I said in my presentation, we need some clarification on the rules for vegetative material, because if you look at the regulation, only the propagating material can be conventional. But if you look at the practice of many crops, then also the planting material is still conventional. And well, you can say, well, that's not allowed, but if there's no organic planting material, so that would be comparable to seedlings if it comes to seed crops, there's a lot of work to do there. So we have to be realistic and to see how we close this gap. But this was really something that came out of this workshop on vegetative material.
Okay, thank you, Maaike. And indeed, we had a very detailed presentation yesterday from Thomas Weber from DG Santé and from Patricia Pitton from DG Agriculture about all the work which is still ongoing to finalize the secondary legislation related to organic seed as well. But I'm now being enlightened that we are being over time, and it's my fault. I'm very sorry for that. I had plenty of more questions for you, but we'll have a chance to further discuss this in the panel this afternoon as well. We now have a 10 minutes break, so we'll be back at 11:30. Thank you very much, Martin. Thank you, Maaike. And Maaike, you'll be moderating the next sessions about smart practices as well. So thank you, and see you again in 10 minutes.
Thank you, Eric.
I'll start again. Sorry, people. I just muted myself. Welcome, everybody, to this second session on smart practices. My name is Maaike Rijmakers. I work for Bionext, and I will moderate this session. In the previous session, we had Martin Sommer from IFOAM EU already gave an overview of the progress that was made in the different member states regarding the establishment of seed expert groups and databases and different many other different policy actions. And in this session, we will zoom in a bit on smart practices in 4 countries. And hopefully you can now see the slides. Please show the starting slides. Yes, thank you. Just a second. Yes. We have 4 case studies that will be presented to you, 4 speakers. The first one on a seed expert group, one on organic field trials and variety testing in Poland, one on the national seed database in Italy, and one on the central database in Spain. Before I present the first speaker to you, I would like to remind you of the fact that you can write any questions in the private chat. You see that on the right of your on your screen. Also during the presentations, and then the moderator will select the questions so we can ask them after the presentation has been finished. We have quite a tight schedule for this session, so I would ask the speakers to really stick to the time. They have 50 minutes for the presentation. And after that, we have 5 minutes time for questions. So in between the presentations, we will have now the questions. I would like to introduce to you now the first speaker, Ilse Dimante. She made this presentation. Hi, Ilse. Welcome.
Hi, Michael.
Hi. And Ilse is, I have to pronounce it well, she works as a researcher at the Crop Research Institute of Agriculture, Resources and Economics, also called ARI, in Latvia. And she works there on potatoes and the seed health of seed potatoes. And she made this presentation together with her colleague, Ilse Scrabule, and both of them have been involved. Hi, Ilse is there too. And both of them have been involved also in organizing our national visits. There was the first national visit to the Baltic states, and also the international workshop for the Baltic states, which was organized in Latvia. So please, Ilse, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Michael. So good morning. I'm pleased to open this Smart Practices workshop, and we have prepared a short presentation on seed expert groups and how they work here in Latvia. So as Mike told, we prepared this presentation together with my colleague Ilse Scrabule, and she is a member of Seed Expert Group of Latvia. Short outline of the presentation. So first we will briefly tell you about the role of organic farming in Latvia. Then a short description of Seed Expert Group will come, and the main part of the presentation will be about how the Seed Expert Group tasks are executed, and we will finish shortly with the further improvements. So organic farming area in Latvia, the share of organic farming is near to 15%. And we have lost our position a little bit in the last years, but however we are above the average in the European Union. Just for your interest, in this slide you can see organic area share of total farmland under selected crops, and you see that we have more than 30% of oats and peas production areas are organic areas, and in that it is noticeable that we have a quite a considerable area under organic potatoes in our country too. Currently, we have about 20 actively operating seed producers in country, but we do not have a national seed retailer. And currently, under organic seed production, there are mainly organic seed production is mainly for field crops and only for some fruit crops such as black currant and others. Seed Expert Group in Latvia was established already in 2006 by the Ministry of Agriculture, and the Seed Expert Group in Latvia is advisory body, and it doesn't receive any funding since the beginning up to now. And there are officially defined tasks for a Seed Expert Group. The first one and the most important one is to make a recommendation, to give recommendations for general derogation lists. And expert group can make proposals for improvement of national regulations too. And expert group analyzes and give recommendations on topical issues in the country as well. And meetings are held 1 to 3 times per year. One time is mandatory, and it is normally at the end of the year in December. And other meetings are organized in the case of in an emergency case when some special problems have to be solved. The distribution, the composition of the expert group are the following. So 4 persons are from Ministry of Agriculture, one person is from State Plant Protection Services, which is a seed certification body in the country. 2 persons represent organic farming certification bodies. We have 2 organic farming certification bodies in the country. And 4 persons are crop experts for cereals, for potato, 1 for fruits and vegetables, and for fodder crops. And since 2019, as a result of discussions between LIVESEED project experts and our authorities, new categories of members are included in its expert group. So 2 persons represent processors having organic processing lines, and 3 persons are from seed retailers. How the seed expert group works. So the main meeting of the year is when starts with a report from a seed certification body, and the seed certification body representative informs about the number of requested derogations in previous period and amount of the seeds that have been included in organic seed database in the previous period. I have to add that not all organically produced seeds are included in the seed database. So the next step is a report from both organic farming certification bodies. They inform about the number of organic seed producers and about expected organic seed that could be available in the next period. So basing on these 2 reports, or 3 reports, decisions on crops to be included in general derogation lists are made. And we have to add that all crops that do not have organic seed production in the country are automatically included in general derogation list up to now. And on the right side, you see the example for the species that are included in were included in general derogation list in 2020. And what concerns cereals, no, there are not the most common cereals included. There are less common cereals in our country, such as durum wheat, such as spelt wheat, or red oat, or hulless oat, and maize. In Latvia, we have 2 important deadlines for application process for derogations. And these deadlines are different for each crop category. So the first one refers to seed producers, and they have to put the amount of available seed and information of available organic seed in database before the certain date. The second one, the deadline refers to seed users. So they have to apply for a derogation before the certain date. So it means that applications for derogations can be submitted only between these 2 dates. And you can see the period for greenhouse vegetables are very short, only 10 days, but for potato the period is much more longer. After the general derogation crop list is confirmed, it is published in the official governmental journal, and it acquires the force of law. And Seed Expert Group have made some important proposals how to improve the national regulations too. Some examples. So, basing on the Seed Expert Group proposal, the control procedures of seed producers in farms having mixed production systems were improved, and inventory of organic seed produced in the country was started in 2014. So at least now we have information on the seeds produced. Because as I told it before, not all produced seeds are put in the seed database. Seed experts have made a proposal for state support for organic seed producers and users. And since 2020, the proposal to include in national organic seed database not only seeds certified in Latvia, but also seeds certified abroad have been confirmed. And of course, experts analyze the topical issues and give some recommendations. They have analyzed the obstacles for increase of organic seed production and use, and the main obstacles are higher price for organic seed, the way how derogations can be obtained, and it's quite easy to obtain them. And we still have a lack of information about the demand for organic seed, for amounts and for species. Experts have recognized that information quality and education level have to be improved, and more information on benefits of organic seed use have to be provided for the stakeholders, and some specific issues where seed experts have worked to solve are for instance 2017, when due to extreme weather conditions there was a lack of certified seed in the country, so the permission to use uncertified seeds were given. And experts proposed also to include information that seed is organic, to include this information in seed certificate and a plant passport, because so far in seed certificate we don't have information about the origin of seeds, and we have 2 labels on the seed package. And as a further work, experts see that the list of no derogation, the no derogation list should be developed in the country, and experts intend to develop equivalence list for at least 1 to 3 crops. And of course, the communication between farmers and experts should be improved, and the farmer before the application for derogation should consult to expert about other varieties that he could choose instead of the one. Experts think that that use of organic seed certified should be made compulsory for at least 10% of the land. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Ilse, for this clear and impressive story, and you stick very well to the time as well. There is one question from the audience, and this is, how did the expert group, deal with emergency situations due to extreme weather conditions? Can you give an example of that?
Example was exact example about 2017, where there were a lack of certified seeds. We have a very wet conditions, and as seeds were not available, the permission to use uncertified seeds were given, but it was given only after consulting with the experts, and then decision was made. So government didn't make decision itself, but only basing on consultations.
Thank you. I think that's clear. I have a question myself, because I think it's quite unique that you have processors in your expert group. And my question is, what is their role exactly? How do they contribute to improving the use and production of organic seed?
Okay, this is a good question. Yeah, these two processors are really big processors for our country, and they have organic processing lines too, mainly for cereals. And they are interested in certain quality parameters for produce, and they are interested in the use of certain varieties. So they can, and basing on this, they provide some information to farmers about their varieties they need. So it helps to improve the amount of information about varieties are needed, and so on. Maybe my colleague can add something to this, but this is mainly about the varieties needed.
Okay, so if I understand you well, the processors, they also, like the farmers, have some wishes about which varieties they want for their processing. And by including them in the expert group, it might help that the farmers grow those varieties and that the seed producers make sure there's organic seed from those varieties.
Yeah, that's the idea, yeah.
Okay, well, I think this is really a very smart practice, and we hope this will be followed up in other countries as well. I have one more question from the audience. What benefits could exist, for instance, in the microbiome for farmers to use organic seed? That's a question.
Okay.
Maybe Ilse, the other Ilse can answer that one.
Yeah, I will try to answer. What benefits? Of course, microbiome we didn't study, but it's very important part of organic seed application. But the main thing, what we observed in practice, that really varieties or crop, if organic seed is used, it's better resist to diseases in the field, and that's why one of benefits. And of course, the largest one is that it is only organic material is used, and it is transparent on only organic. You could be sure, it's trust that it's only organic. But concerning in the crop in the field, yes, that's true that that crops where organic seed is used sometimes resist better to biotic and abiotic factors.
Thank you, Ilse. There's a second question. What is the basic profile of an organic seed farmer that is producing organic seed in Latvia? Are there farmers that produce both conventional seed and organic seed, or is it more organic farmers that produce crops and also some seeds?
Okay. So how to say basic profile, we have organic farmers who partly produce seeds. We don't have a special national seed company. Organic seeds are produced only by farmers. We'll see how it will be in future, but right now it's like that. Concerning combined farms, there is just some farms where are both systems, organic and conventional, operating, and those are research farms, like our institution farm, like university farm, and maybe some else. There is not a lot in our country. And why those two systems are allowed in the same farm, research farm, that's because all of those farms produce seed material. In general, those farms represents breeders, and they produce their varieties and organic seed for these varieties. And as we know, that variety, if it is created in certain conditions, better suited to growing conditions in this region.
Thank you, Ilse and Ilse, for your contribution. Unfortunately, we have to move on now. I would like to introduce, thank you again. I would like to introduce the next speaker, Jaroslav Salenka. Hello, Jarek. Nice to see you again.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Maika.
Hi.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we hear a bit of an echo, but it's okay. Jarek is a researcher at the Department of Plant Production Systems and Economics of IUNG. I hope I pronounce it right, in Puławy in Poland. And he's also been involved in the organization of the national visits to Poland and the national workshops, and even the annual meeting we had 2 years ago. Jarek, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Maika. So I have a great pleasure to present to you the details of our organic variety testing program. I will be presenting this program, but together with me, there are some other persons involved in this program, Professor Krzysztof Jończyk and Professor Beata Feledyn-Szewczyk. We are all working in the Department of Systems and Economics of Crop Production of the Institute of Soil Science and Plant Cultivation. So a few words about the current situation of organic seed sector in Poland. At this moment, we still have the supply of organic seed material is limited. There is a lack of appropriate varieties of different species. And as a consequence, many farmers still use derogations, so they apply for permission to use non-treated conventional seed material. We don't have at this moment organic crop breeding, we don't have organic DUS testing, and no VCU assessment. And until 2018, there was no national program of organic post-registration variety testing. And just in 2018, we in Poland established such a program, which is aimed to assess the suitability of different crop varieties for cultivation in organic farming. So this year was the third year of this program. From the beginning in the program, two groups of crops were included, winter cereals and spring cereals. Within winter cereals, it was rye, wheat, and triticale. Within spring cereals, it was barley, oats, and wheat. We plan to add new crops. We hope we will be able to do this in the next year. We are the coordinator of this program, but we closely cooperate with the Research Center for Cultivar Testing, short-named Soboru. It is the key institution in Poland responsible for variety testing, responsible for VCU and for NUS. So we also cooperate with agriculture advisory centers and of course with organic farmers. So we established a network of 9 field experiments. In each location, the crop rotation consists of 4 crops. And we have between 10 and 16 varieties depending on the crop. And as I mentioned, we test the selected set of varieties for 3 years. We have a common methodology in all locations, and we are doing the same field observations and assessments. And of course, we try to disseminate the results we were able to achieve. So I mentioned about crop rotation consisting of 4 crops. It is potato, spring cereals, grain legumes, and winter cereals. And since 2018, as I said, we are concentrating on spring and winter cereals. This is the map showing the location of all 9 field experiments. Most of them are located in the eastern part of Poland, central and southern. Unfortunately, until now, we were not able to locate the experiments in the northern and northwestern part of Poland, but we hope we'll be able to change it. And you have in this map also the locations of this Coboru stations and the departments. These are the pictures of the experiment located in Osiny, not far away from Puławy, where our institute is located. Most of the experiments are located both on research station or in Coboru stations, but some of them are also located in private organic farms. And this is the picture of such an experiment located in a private organic farm in Chomentowo, northeastern part of Poland. So going to the details, within this program, we are doing different field observations and assessments. This is the list of key assessments, of course, the growing stage, overwintering, lodging, fungal diseases, weeds, plant height, plant density, grain yield, and protein content. These are the key parameters we take into account in our program. And I would like to share with you some results from this program. Here you see the yielding of winter wheat varieties, 16 varieties, and on the yellow fields, the results where the yields were higher than standard were indicated. You can also see that here in this table I present the results from 6 locations, and for these locations that are marked by red letters, Tarnów, Węgrzyce, and Skołoszów, you see significantly higher yields. It was mainly because of better soil quality in these locations. So we see also regional differences in this parameter. Another important parameter, important from the organic farming point of view, is the competitiveness with weeds. So we are measuring the dry matter of widths for particular varieties, and we try to link this feature with other features. Here in this figure you see the link with plant height, and we can, not for all but for most of varieties, there was a correlation that the higher the plant was, the better competitive was with weeds. Okay, another important parameter we take into account is the susceptibility of crop varieties to infestation by different pathogens, in this case Fusarium species, and also we assess the mycotoxins content in grape. And here are the results from for the spring wheat varieties. So the infestation by Fusarium on grain in 3 locations, and from this table you can see also that there are significant differences between these locations, and also significant differences between particular varieties. And even if we take one variety, we can see that for one variety there are really different results in different locations. So we see quite high differentiation of the results, not only for the yields but also for this the fungal disease infestation. Another important parameter we take into account, which is important more for the technology, for processing, is the baking value of the flour, but also the physicochemical assessment of grain. So you see the different parameters we take into account, and of course we try to bake the bread from these varieties. Here you have the examples of the bread crumb made from 16 varieties of winter wheat. You can see differences. And we try, of course, this is the final effect of this program, to prepare a table showing the most important parameters of all varieties we take into account, and to prepare a kind of a ranking. Of course, the ranking for also in particular locations. So on this base, we will be able to prepare recommendations for regions. So to select the best adapted varieties for particular regions. And the final slide to show you the dissemination. So we are very active in this point. Of course, this year was very specific, but in 2018 and 19, we organized a lot of open days for advisors, for farmers. We have a web page. We are publishing different brochures, popular publications, and we hope the program will be lasting for the next years. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jarek, for this impressive story and a very nice result of your field experiments. I have one question myself, because your research showed that certain varieties are performing much better under organic conditions. They have higher yield and are less susceptible to fusarium. And are those also varieties that are grown more by organic farmers already, or is this something that has to be realized in the coming years?
Yes, so in fact, at this moment, when we started the program in 2018, we decided to select the varieties that, of course, were already registered, but were not yet available for farmers. So, this is not the varieties that were tested by common organic practice. We hope that, of course, the best varieties in the next years will become common. So we will have, based on the result of our results, we hope that we'll be able to disseminate this results and the varieties.
Right. So you say it is new. There are new varieties that you tested. So that could be used in the coming years. Do you also have plans to do this kind of research for other crops?
Yes, as I mentioned, I hope we will be ready to start the program with grain legumes in the next year. Within grain legumes, first of all, lupins and field peas. So I showed you this crop rotation, so there is a space in this crop rotation for grain legumes. So we hope we'll be able to add this new crops, grain legumes, in the next year.
Okay, thank you very much. There are no questions from the audience, I think, yet. I think your story was just very clear, Jarek, and yeah, so please continue. And I think we now move to the next speaker then. As next speaker, I would like to introduce Matteo Partiti from Rete Semirurali in Italy. Within LiveSeed, Matteo has been involved in the development of organic heterogeneous material for tomatoes, and he is also involved in the organization of the national visit, and he is also a member of an advisory committee that is monitoring the implementation of the Italian seed database, and he will tell us more about this. Matteo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mike. Good morning and welcome, everyone. My presentation today will be about the Italian organic seed database, which came on stream during the LiveSeed project, and I will give an overview on the database itself, the first 12 months of operation, and progress made and future perspective. So before I start talking about the database, I would just like to give a brief overview on the main activities which happened in Italy within the LiveSeed project. As Mike mentioned, we hosted together with our partner, University Polytechnical University of Marche, the national visit, during which a European LiveSeed researcher made a field visit to assess what the situation of organic seed was in the country. And the following year, we hosted a cross visit, one of the LiveSeed cross visits, in which European organic seed stakeholders and experts had the opportunity to see practical examples of organic seed production and research. And then finally, last year in September, we organized a national workshop involving Italian stakeholders, and the workshop was focused on the new organic database, which had been launched that year. And then finally, 1 year later, we contributed to producing a report on the progress made since the workshop. Just a brief overview on the Italian organic sector. As you can see, currently the organic land, utilized agricultural area represents almost 16% of the overall agricultural area, and the organic operators are just above 6% of the total agricultural operators. So the trend has been constantly increasing over the last few years. It's a very strong sector in which is going from strength to strength. With regards to organic seed use, however, the picture doesn't look as good, and the trend is quite opposite, with the use of organic seed decreasing basically since 2008. And then parallel to this, the use of derogation from organic farmers have been steadily increasing over the last 10 years. And but we can now see that the trend is reversing, and as we will see and discuss later, this seems to be connected to the introduction of the new interactive and automated database. So this new organic database was formally established in 2017 by the Ministry of Agriculture with a specific ministerial decree in which the organic database was officially established, and its purpose of simplifying the derogation procedure was assigned to it. And at the same time, the ministry established an expert group which is tasked with assigning species or subspecies to the 3 different categories, which we will see in a minute, are in line with the other European databases. So since 2017, from the establishment, then in 2018, the actual digital infrastructure of the database was set up within the existing digital infrastructure of the Ministry of Agriculture, the SIAN, and testing of the new platform was started involving ministry and all the relevant stakeholders in view of the launch, which happened in 2019. On the 1st of January, the database started to collect seed offers from suppliers, and then from the 1st of February 2019, it was fully operational for operators to access and search for availability of organic seed and ask for derogation. The database is structured similarly to other databases. We have 3 categories. There's a red list, which is equivalent to national annex or Annex 1 in other European countries. We have then a yellow list, which corresponds to the single derogation list, where species for which organic seed is available but not in sufficient quantity are listed, and depending on the availability of a particular variety sought by the farmer, the system will allow for a derogation or not. And then we have a green list, which correspond to the general derogation group for species where no availability of organic seed is available, and derogation is granted in all cases. In the case of the yellow list, the system shows for a particular variety if there is availability of organic seed, and in case there is, the farmer or grower has to make a request through the system to the supplier. And if no answer is, if he receives no answer within a 7-day period, a derogation is granted automatically. Otherwise, an interaction starts, which will either bring to organic seed sale or to a derogation if no agreement is reached. And in case of emergency, there is the possibility for the farmer to obtain an emergency derogation from the system, which will have to be justified with the control body at a later stage. With regards to the expert group, the expert group established by the Ministry of Agriculture is made of 12 members, and these are divided between the database managing staff, divided between the government agency CREA EC, responsible for the maintenance of the database, and the organic division of the Ministry of Agriculture. We then have a representative from the regional authorities and 6 representatives of the organic organizations. The task of the expert group is to assign species to the 3 categories. The ministerial expert group is supported by a technical advisory group called Bioseme SIB, and this technical advisory group, coordinated by CREA as well, is constituted by seed companies association and also wine nursery and research agency connected to grape wine production, as well as a representative of the seed network and the biodiversity area, which in this particular case is represented by our organization, Rete Semirurali. The technical advisory group was tasked with testing and monitoring the functioning of the organic database, and also provide recommendation to the expert groups on species categorization. As you can see from this table, the species are divided between the 3 lists: the red list, the green list, and the yellow list. And the total number of species listed has been increasing since the launch of the database, and equally both on the green and on the yellow list. We, as per November 2020, we don't have any species on the red list, but this will change shortly. The main progress done during the first period of operation related to troubleshooting issues relating particularly to the registration process for farmers and operators, which was had some technical difficulties at the beginning, and was solved with improving the system, and also by providing clear instruction and guidelines on CREA DC's website. Also, CREA DC staff assisted farmers who had difficulties with registering and creating their account on the database. Also, the different roles and actions that could be taken between suppliers and operators were better defined in order to avoid crossover and any confusion. Then in August 2019, grape wines were added to the database, and this required quite a bit of study and work within the Bioseme technical advisory group, since this related to varieties, clones within each variety, and also rootstocks. So all possible combination of these three categories had to be taken into account and included in the system. And finally, the main progress, which was happened just at the beginning of November this year, was the decision to include 2 species on the red list starting from January next year, and particularly Lucerne and this Egyptian clover. Upcoming ideas and perspective for the organic database relate to further separating and delineating the roles of the various users of the database, so suppliers, operators, and control bodies, to improve the analytical features in cases where a derogation is forced by the farmer, and also introduce a feature whereby preventative authorization is required in case of forcing the system for derogation. Also, the inclusion of fruit trees is planned for the upcoming year, and the inclusion in the red list of durum wheat, soft wheat, and oat is being discussed at the moment. Another item which is being discussed is to introduce equivalence list within commercial subgroups in the maize species. So in subgroups where sufficient seed is available, can be then equivalent list can be created, and if sufficient organic seed is available, then this subgroup can go to the red list. Finally, looking back at what emerged during the national workshop in the discussion with stakeholders, the main actions requested were the extension of the mandate of the Bioseme group, and which was due to end with 2020, and the ministry has extended the mandate for another 3 years. So this is good news and welcome news. And also a request was to create a specific project and framework for organic variety testing, and also it was very recently announced from the Ministry of Agriculture a new call for proposals with project relating to organic variety trials and research. This is called Piano Nazionale Sementiero Biologico, and was already happened in about 10 years ago and was quite successful. So another welcome news. And finally, the last item, that emerged at the national workshop was the request from the ministry for support in the delineation of delegated acts for the new organic regulation, and consultation with stakeholders has taken place during 2019. So before I close, I invite you to consult on LIVESEED website 2 booklets which contain some examples from Italy, success stories on organic seed production and breeding, and a booklet on pilots and incentives for boosting the use of organic seeds. And we have also 4 practice abstracts specifically drafted for the Italian contest. Thank you for attention, and I'm available for any question.
Thank you, Matteo. We do have a few questions for you. The first question is, at the beginning of your presentation, you showed that organic seed use in Italy was quite high in the years from 2003 until 2008, and then it dropped dramatically. Can you say a bit more about what the reasons could be for this decrease in the organic seed use?
Well, the reason for this is that at that time it was it looked as if derogations would be phased out, and the organic seed producer started to get ready for that scenario. But then, unfortunately, this scenario didn't happen, and now derogation will be phased out in 2035. So this kind of goes to show that if regulatory actions are put in place to phase out irrigation, the market will actually adjust quite quickly. I think in the panel session this afternoon, we will have Pier Giacomo Bianchi from CREA DC, who can also elaborate on this topic, since he's been involved with the organic seeds database, and before the database, the previous system since 1989.
Mm-hmm. But do you agree that this also shows that if there is enough availability on the market, and apparently this was the case in those years, that the farmers actually will use more organic seed?
I cannot say for sure if this production was then totally absorbed by the market, or if derogations were still used in such high proportion. So I don't have the detailed data for to answer this question.
Mm-hmm. I have another question for you. Can you tell what did it take from the stakeholders to actually get to the process of setting up this expert group and a new database in 2017? What did you have to do? What made it move the process?
I think the process was mainly an initiative from the Ministry of Agriculture to become compliant with the European regulatory framework. I think there was an important role from also from the organic division of the ministry and CREA DC, which is the agency responsible for seed certification, who promoted the starting of this Bioseme technical advisory group, because they saw that it was necessary to involve seed producers and other stakeholders, and proceed in a consultant fashion. So involving the stakeholder through the process would certainly benefited the successful rolling out of the new database, since they were consulted from the beginning and constantly during the process.
Mm-hmm. I have another question. I remember from the time of the national visit that we were told that there's a lot more organic seed on the market than there is on the database. So it's. Do you think that the new database is better accessible or easier to access for seed suppliers, or are there still improvements possible there?
I think the database is easy to operate from seed suppliers. They have been uploading availability from the beginning, and any technical difficulty was discussed and ironed out as it presented. Of course, there is a substantial amount of transactions in the organic seed market, which we cannot see from the organic seed database, because as you know, if a farmer is really keen to buying organic seed, he will just contact the seed company directly. He will not go through the extra step of going through the seed database. So most of the access through the seed database from farmers are done when derogation is sought.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I have one last question for you. One of the people in the audience said, we have had some experience with contaminated soil in Italy on organic fields. How can be dealt with this moving forward in order to have seeds that do not show any residues or active ingredients? I don't know if you're familiar with this case.
Well, I know an example which was actually during the national visit was explained by the CAC seed company, was that in soil where sugar beet had been grown, even if they were converted to organic for a long time. I don't remember if it was 10 years, for a very long time. With some particular seed crops, I remember pumpkin, you could still find in the seed chemical residue. So this was, I think that came to a surprise even to the seed producer, because then of course that seed could not be marketed as organic anymore. So certainly great attention should be placed in the choice of agricultural land devoted to organic seed production, and also to testing the seed produced. Of course, the analytical systems that are available today are very, very accurate and sensitive, so even a very small residue is picked up. I think this is a technical aspect which organic seed producer need to be aware of and pay attention in planning their rotations.
Thank you, Matteo, for this answering these questions. We have to move forward, so I would like to introduce now our last speaker of this session, Aina Salafat Rogers, and hello, Aina, good to see you again. She's working for CAE in Spain, which is a Spanish Society for Organic Farming, and she's an executive director there. And Aina will say something more about the Spanish database. Aina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maike. Hello to everyone. Well, I will explain a bit about the Spanish experience on a central database fed by regional competent authorities. Actually, it's not fed by regional databases themselves. In some cases, we have regional databases, but in most regions, we just directly feed the central database from the region. As you know, Spain has 17 regions plus Ceuta and Melilla, and we have one national database which is set in the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, in the Subdirection General responsible for food quality and sustainability. The ministry is in Madrid, and the registration into the database is carried out at the request of the supplier with the submission of the application for the registration to the organic competent authority of the region in which the company is located and registered, and also controlled and certified. The regional competent authority verifies the compliance with the regulation and sees that at least the last operator or the supplier are under the organic control systems. And then when the verification is done, then it will officially send the information to the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food for its registration in the database. There's another alternative route, which is that the supplier asks, sends the application to the regional control authority or control body, and then the control body or authority sends the registration to the competent authority. But the verification is always done by the competent authority. Then 2 regular updating periods have been set for different species or group of species. By the end of September, there's the updating for species that will be planted, sown in autumn or winter, and the first week of February for species planted or sown in spring or summer. Here's a small draft of the process. The supplier sends the request to the competent authority, or directly or via the designated control body or authority. And then the competent authority, once it has verified the information, sends the registration to the Ministry of Agriculture. And then the Ministry of Agriculture makes a national report that is sent back to the competent authority and control bodies and authorities, in which there are all the information of the updated database. The data that has to be included in the request are those data that are set in Article 50 and 51 of Regulation 889/2008. It's the name of the supplier and its representative, if applicable, scientific name of the species, and denomination of the variety, country and region in which the variety was tested and approved for the common catalogues, the area in which the seed potatoes can be supplied with a normal delivery time, the date from which the seeds will be available, the name and code of the organic control body or authority that is in charge of the inspection, and optionally the quantity of seed and seed potato available. Now the quantity is being made not exactly compulsory, but from mid-2020, and we think that our national workshop held in 2019 in Madrid on behalf of the LIVESEED project, where the competent authority and the ministry, the central competent authority of Spain and some regional competent authorities were invited. We think that this national workshop had something to do with this, but from mid-2020, the availability of each type of seeds is updated immediately by the suppliers. So that avoids farmers phoning suppliers asking for organic seeds and getting as a response that they've run out of stock and being offered conventional seed, non-treated conventional seeds. So now the suppliers have to update immediately the availability when they run out of stock of each type of seed. In 2020, 1,056 different seeds were registered. 84% of those were vegetables. 157 different species were registered and 23 different suppliers. The evolution of the number of varieties registered in Spain in the Spanish seed database since 2004, you can see it in the graphic. As you can see, the same as in Italy, in 2007, there's a decrease because of the crisis. Then it went growing again until 2014. And in 2014, there was a decrease of the use of organic seeds and the organic and the registration of organic seeds in the database due to several issues. One was the economic crisis. Another one was that we came in some regions we had drought, so there was part of the seeds that weren't that available. Also, there were some big companies, big seed producers that stopped producing organic seeds because due to the authorizations or exceptional authorizations, some farmers had been using non-treated organic seeds, although there were some organic seeds available. And also there was a revision of the database, and all those registers that all those seeds that weren't available were taken off from the database. So from 2015, we can say that data included in the database is for real, and from 2020 we have it at updated immediately. As you can see, most of the varieties, or the different seeds we have, are vegetable seeds, followed by, in some years, medicinal seeds, but mostly grain and cereals. Then there's the annual report of non-organic seeds and authorizations. Again, the national managing body is the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, and the same area. You can see the information in the website's ministry, and the ministry's website, sorry. And the process is that the designated regional control body or authority sends the report to the competent authority. Competent authority verifies and reviews the report according to all the registers they have, and according to the national database information. Before the 1st of March, the regional competent authority sends a report. Each region sends a report to the ministry, and before the 31st of March, there's a national report that is sent back to all competent authorities and also to the Commission. The implementation, the species with the highest number of authorizations in 2019 were tomato, cucumber, pepper, zucchini, lettuce, as you can see, mostly vegetables, and then oats and barley were the cereals, mostly with the most authorizations. As we see, the number of organic seeds registered in the national database has increased annually since 2015. We could say that it has increased since 2004, having some crisis in 2007 and 2014. But since 2015, we know that the data are real, and all the varieties that are registered have some kind of stock available for the farmers. In 2019, the LIVESEED project contributed to a significant increase of organic seed production, and also all the organic movement that's been across the country. But it's still not enough to meet the needs of the sector, because the organic sector is growing even faster. We have now over 40,000 operators, organic operators in Spain, and over 2,300,000 hectares grown in organic. So we need to increase the production of organic seed even faster than we've done it till now. And also we need better collaboration between the competent authorities, national competent authorities and regional competent authorities in organic issues and in seed registration issues. They should collaborate and work closer, and also include all the organic sector and get the organic sector involved in this process. This is why in our national workshop, it was suggested to create a national advisory group. And this is an idea that the Ministry of Agriculture had also pushed in 2019, trying to get together all those stakeholders and different authorities involved. But until now, it hasn't been, it wasn't a result yet. So we're now pushing it from the private sector or from their organizations. And this was briefly what the Spanish national database, how it works.
Thank you, Aina. I think it's a great achievement that you now have an up-to-date database. I have a question myself. You explained that the new or this database now, the amount of organic seed has increased. Has the amount of suppliers also increased? Or in other words, do you think that all suppliers that want to offer a seed on your database know about this new situation, and that they know where to find your database?
Yes, the suppliers that had already been supplying and had stopped producing in organic have been informed, as I have been informed by the Ministry of Agriculture. And then there are other suppliers that only supply at regional level, that are small seed producers, that they didn't tend to register in the national database. And now they have been informed through the LIVESEED project, and they are now trying to register themselves. So as you've seen, we have those two registration periods, and I suppose that we will see the differences for next winter, in February.
So now you have the situation that you have a national database, but you also have a regional database. What is, according to you, what are the advantages and disadvantages of having a regional and a national database?
Having the information regionally helps farmers to get to organize better in the region. But it's very important to have a national database and all the information centralized, because if not, it's very complicated having to search in each region who has seeds available. And actually, as I said at the beginning, we don't really have, we have some regional databases, but most of the regions just feed the national database and have the information on what's available in their area available for the farmers, but they don't have a proper database that you can visit or that is public and you can visit regularly.
Right.
They send you to the national database.
Mm-hmm. And can you say something more about the role of your organization in this process?
Well, I think that together with Ecovalia, which is also another Spanish organization that is in the LIVESEED project, we are hoping to have a big national activity at the beginning of 2021, and we hope that now having all the booklets ready and translated to Spanish, because you know that Spanish people aren't very good at English. So now we have all the booklets translated. We hope that it will help pushing all this process. Also, we see that there's an interest of the Ministry of Agriculture of improving all the database issues and ensuring that organic farmers use organic seeds. So we hope that we can move forward. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Well, with this database, you've made a big step forward in keeping it up to date. But if I understood you well, drafting the derogation report is still a matter of regional reports and then putting them together at the national level. Do you think in the future this would also be something that could be done directly at a national level, or is that not possible?
Well, the derogations are in most regions have been delegated into the control body or authority. So it's the CB that informs the competent authority and then the central ministry. It is not it isn't a very long process, but maybe it could be now that everything is going virtual, maybe we could have it updated more frequently, as everything is usually done through internet or virtual authorization. That we don't use paper anymore now. So COVID has had this contribution to the process.
Right. One last question. You showed a link where the offer on the database can directly be supplied by seed suppliers. Can they also remove their offer themselves or directly if they're sold out?
They can remove it directly. What they cannot do is update they can update the product, the seeds they can offer in the designated periods and through the regional competent authority and through the ministry every time they have seeds available. But once they've run out of stock, they remove it themselves. The only process that suppliers can do themselves is remove the seeds when they've run out of stock.
Right.
I don't know if I made it clear this time.
Yes. Thank you. There's another question. Do you think this database can now be easily connected to the router database that will be launched this afternoon?
This question, the Ministry of Agriculture could answer better this question if they had joined us today. But as far as I know, it's been they've worked on it lately, so I think that they wouldn't have problems to link it because they easily can get reports out of it. So it will be just sending the information to the router database. But the technical part, I don't know it.
No,
Sorry.
okay. No, it's okay. Thank you very much, and good luck with the process. We're nearly ending this workshop now. If it's possible, I would like to have Jarek Stalenga again for one last question, because Jarek, hi. There was one question that came in a bit too late, but I would still like to ask it to you. How is the research that you do, how is it financed?
Okay, so the program is financed within our national organic farming research program. So this is the governmental fund established 16 years ago in 2004, so just after the Poland entered the EU. And since this year, each year there are open calls for the research projects, and in 2018 we were able to achieve money for this program from this source.
Okay, thank you very much. That's clear. Also, good luck to you with your research.
Thank you.
Well, now we have to end this session, this 1 hour lunch break now. So I just want to thank all the presenters and also the participants for contributing with their questions and attention. And we hope to see you all at 2 o'clock again, and then there will be a presentation of the router database. Thank you.
Welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch break, and you also had a bit of a opportunity to get your mind fresh again for the afternoon of the LIVESEED European workshop. We will have now 1 hour together to talk about the European router database. In the previous session, we've already heard some examples about smart practices regarding the national seed databases. And now we will focus on a tool and that allows to connect those national databases with each other, and that is the European router database. And we called this session the launch of the European router database, because the process of designing and testing the database is coming to an end, and we are transitioning into the implementation phase. This is the agenda for this session. So we will have a detailed presentation by Xenia, as well as a tutorial on how the database works. There will be also an announcement regarding the logins for the database. And then in the end, we will have the opportunities for you to ask questions to Xenia. As previously explained, I would like to invite you to put your questions in the chat, and then we will read them out and ask them to Xenia then at the end of her presentation. And you can write in those questions at all moments during this presentation, so you don't have to wait until the end. Now I would like to announce Xenia Gatzat. She's research associate at the Research Institute for Organic Farming, short FIBE, in Frankfurt, which is in Germany. She's responsible for project management on project collaboration in several projects. For example, the national databases for organically available seed, organic egg seeds, maybe you've heard of it already. And she's currently developing the organic animal database, which will be required with the new EU organic regulation. And in the LIVESEED project, she's responsible for the router database. Now, without further ado, I would like to hand over to Xenia, and I will be coming back to you afterwards.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Martin. Also, hello from my side after this lunch break. I'm happy that you are listening and you're interested in the European router database. As Martin already said, I'm working on this since the beginning of the project. And now we are in the phase of the implementation of the router database. This is done within the work package 1 of the LIVESEED project, that is led by Freya Schäfer, my colleague. So let's start. The aim of our work package 1 was, among others, to raise the awareness of the importance of functioning and up-to-date organic seed databases in the EU and in the member states, because as the legislation says, that any variety which is not registered in the database or any cultivar shall be considered as not available. So farmers can get a derogation for a certain cultivar of a crop if this is not available in organic quality in the database, and if they can give a reason why they need this certain cultivar. Two other aims were to support the national authorities in improving the systems they have already, and also the quality of their databases, and to reduce the administrative burdens for seed supplier to list their offers in national organic seed databases. And especially the last two aims are now tackled by the router database. Because in our work package, we examined the implementation of the national databases in different member states and found out that all of them, as we have heard this morning as well, provide a database according to Article 48, but there are different versions on how they're implemented. So in some countries, they're implemented as an online database, for example, as Martin already said, Organic X Seeds. Some are using an Excel file or PDF file, and also the person or the institution that is managing this database can be either done by the national authority themselves or by a designated body. So, for example, a database manager. And the updating of the data is done either by the database manager or by the seed supplier themselves. And also, it is said in the regulation that the databases should be updated regularly, but this is a very soft term because it can be real time, so that the seed supplier, for example, adjusts their seed offers just in time, but it can also be updated, for example, weekly or monthly, or sometimes it's only updated annually, which is kind of a problem because then the farmers and also the control bodies cannot be sure that the offers that are found on the national database are really up to date and are really available at the moment if this database is not updated regularly or more often than probably once a year. And then there's also, the legislation says also that there should be a report once a year by each member state about the granted and rejected derogations. And there are also different options in the different databases that we found that can be automatically done through the database, or it can also be done manually. First of all, to say, the national databases will remain, so they will still be this platform where the farmers and the control bodies of a certain country have to look for available organic seed offers. And the router database will be additionally to this national database and will be a back-end, front-end kind of version. And I will explain this in just a bit what it means. But yeah, just at the beginning to let you know that these national databases will remain. and the router database is additionally to this. What we also found is that there are mainly two different kind of seed supplier and also different kind of needs. So we do have organic seed from national and local seed propagation and from seed supplier. This is often the case for arable crops and for some vegetables. So this means that these cultivars are adapted to local and regional climate and to other site-specific requirements. It means that the cultivar is not cannot be transferred to all countries in the EU, for example, and it doesn't work everywhere because it is adapted to certain climatic and site-specific conditions. And then we have the other option. We have this organic seed from international seed supplier. This is often for hybrid vegetable crops where the cultivation is under glass. There we often find the same cultivars being used across the countries. So it means that these cultivars can be used more or less in each member state country because the growing conditions are homogeneous. And we also found that, especially for this international seed trader, the access to national databases can be difficult. This can be due to language barriers, to administrative burdens. There are too many databases to deal with, and especially if you have a small market in the country for a certain cultivar or for a certain crop, it's not very interesting for the seed supplier to go through all these administrative acts, etc., to offer seed in a country where the market is very small for this company. So then they say, okay, I don't want to be on the database then if it's such a big effort, and then the seed or the cultivar is lost, so to say, for this country. And to tackle these problems, we developed the vision of an EU-wide router database. So to connect the certain or the different national databases at one place. And this is so we want to support the transparency of available organic seed offers also across national borders. We want to boost the use of organic seed and planting material to make it available for more countries and for more farmers to use this seed. We also want to decrease the derogations, as they should be an exception and not the rule. And we want to simplify the access to international organic seed markets for the seed supplier. Overall, this should end in a harmonization of the databases in the EU, as we have found out before that there are quite a lot different versions to find of this database. And also we had the option, or there is the option in the router database to give information on breeding processes and also on critical techniques used in breeding processes, because some organic associations don't want certain techniques or breeding processes in there for their farmers. Yes, so now I come to the scheme of the router database. I will start with the national organic seed databases. So each member state will remain to have their system and to have their national database as they have established it. And this will also be the place where the national farmers and control bodies will look for available seed offers in their country. This is the legal framework. And this will also remain. We will have local seed suppliers. They can create and offer their seeds, and they are responsible for keeping the offers up to date, either by doing it themselves through the database or via the national authority. This depends on how the national organic seed database is implemented in each country. So they can still offer their seed directly to the national organic seed database, and they don't have to use the router database. And then we have the national farmers in each country. They will, as I have said before, they will check their national organic seed database for available seed offers, because this is still the law by the old, but also by the new EU regulation. And if the farmer don't find the needed cultivar available in organic quality, they can ask for derogation at their control body or competent authority, depending on who is responsible in the specific country. And also the control body checks the national organic seed database. So this is how the progress works without the router database. And this will remain. And then we do have the router database. So this is basically a technical support and a back-end solution. So you will also, or the national competent authority will have a login, so they can log in to the national router database, and then they can accept or reject seed offers that are sent to them via the router database by international seed suppliers. So there are also seed suppliers from other countries, and they can log into the router database as well. And then they will offer seed to different countries. So they can log in this router database and basically can send offers to all member states and Switzerland. And the national competent authority of each country will then check if they want to accept the seed supplier, and if they want to accept this different seed offers that they're sending to the national competent authority. And if the national competent authority then decides, okay, this is a suitable offer of organic seeds, they can transfer this accepted offers to their national seed database via an API or manually. And then the offers of the seed supplier in the router database will also appear for the farmers that are looking for available seed on the National Organic Seed Database. So basically, this is the front end, so what the farmers and control bodies will see, and this is the back end, which provides the technical solution. And the reason for this back-end and front-end approach is that we want to have the highest possible acceptance by the member states authorities, so that they really want to use it and that they will use the router database and look what offers are going to be there. And there is no legal basis for the implementation of an EU-wide router database. So there is no legislation saying that each authority has to use this. So we want the authorities to use it, and we try to implement this possibility for the authorities to accept or reject an offer, so that they really are still in control of the data that will appear on the national database. And as I have said before, in the current regulation, in Article 48, it says that the cultivars available on its territory are mandatory to look up for available seed offers. And also in the new regulation, it is said that member states may continue to use the information systems that they have already established. Yes, so where are we now at the moment? So we have implemented a test version, which can be found on this link. We have also sent test logins to seed suppliers and to authorities, and we got feedback from altogether 14 suppliers and from 6 competent authorities about their experience with the functionalities. Maybe they have found some bugs, what always can happen even if we have tested it before. And yeah, just gave us feedback what they think, what is maybe intuitive or maybe not so easy to handle. And we have implemented this feedback so far. Available languages at the moment are English and German, and the authorities and also the administrator can get reports about the history of available offers, which countries got which seed offers, how did they react on that, etc. And also there is an application programming interface to Organic Seeds database, so that this connection or this transfer from accepted offers from the router database to the national seed database is done automatically. And now I will come to the functions for the seed supplier, what we have implemented so far. So of course they can register themselves as a seed supplier for organic seed. They can choose in which countries they want to deliver. They can specify their offers regarding the crop, the cultivar, delivery notes, quantity, some more information. And then they decide in which countries they want to offer the seeds. They can also give different addresses. So if they have an office in a certain country, they can give this address, and in another country they may have a different office, so they give another address. They can also view the history of the seed offers, and they can get feedback from the national authorities about their offers. If they, for example, if the authority says, no, I don't think that this cultivar is suitable for my country, and they can communicate with the national authorities through a message system about these topics. But there are also certain tasks for the seed supplier when using the database. So they have to manage their offers, and they have to keep them up to date in all countries. So they have to really be aware of what is available and what not. They have to be familiar with the special requirements for seed in the different countries. So they really have to make sure that if they offer seed in a certain country, that they're sure that this cultivar is suitable and can be grown in this country. They need to communicate with the national authorities in case they have questions or something. And they have to be available for requests and questions from the farmers, control bodies, etc., in case that these seed offers are transferred to the national databases and that the farmers want to, for example, buy the seeds. Then there are the functions for the national authorities. So they can, first of all, see the list of seed offers that are available for their country. They can see details about the crop, the cultivar, information from the seed supplier, and then they can decide to accept or reject the offer for their country. And if they accept the offers, then they can download the list of the available offers and upload this to their national seed database, or in case they have an APE, they can do it through the APE. They can also get in contact with the supplier, and they can manage and revise seed offers. So if they said, okay, no, we have more information now about this offer, we want to accept it, they can revise their decision. Also, they can get in contact with other national authorities via the message system to share information and knowledge. They can manage the seed supplier and their offers automatically. So they can also say, if there's a special requirement for a seed supplier that needs to be met for them to offer seed in their country, they can to check if the seed supplier is meeting these requirements. They can get a history of offers in the country. So, for example, if they say, I want to see what was available for probably a week ago, they can match cultivars to certain crop subgroups. if this is necessary. So some databases have these subgroups, and so they can match the cultivar to a certain group, and they can also match the derogation classification. So for example, single derogation to a certain subgroup. If this is necessary, this is an option. But there are also certain tasks for the national authorities. So they, or we ask them to manage the offers. So they really have to log in and see what is available and what kind of offers are there. And they have to extract regular reports from the available cultivars and upload them in their national database, because otherwise the offers will just remain in the router database, but no one is able to see them. When they're rejecting seed suppliers or certain offers, they have to give a clear reason and be open for communication when the seed supplier then, for example, tries to meet these requirements and updates its offer. But this task can also be passed on to a database manager who is doing it then for the authority. Then there are also certain functions for visitors. So for visitors of the website that have no login details, they can view a list of organic seed supplier in the different member states. So they see, for example, the name, contact data, location of an office, website, or an offered crop, but only of this seed supplier which are registered through the router database. So we won't show the ones from the national seed databases. They can get background information of the router database. They can get the link where the national organic seed databases can be found, and also different download links and user guides on how to use the databases and regulations, etc. And now is the question. I have prepared a tutorial on the test router database, so how it looks at the moment and how it can be used, and how it also will look in the live version then, but there are some certain features who are will be added. But first of all, I see there are two questions, so I think I would answer them first, if this is fine, and then I would show the tutorial. There was one question. I see that a seed producer has to apply both the national list and the router database. Why not just one? No. So this is actually the case that a seed producer can choose if they want to apply to a national list directly. So if they want to use the way that they can use at the moment already, or if they want to use the router database. So they can choose. And the second question, I am not sure if I understand the seed offer. Is that for organically produced seed or for listing untreated conventional seed? No, this is just for organically propagated material. So untreated conventional seed cannot be listed on the database because the farmers have to ask for derogation for this first, and they do this on the national database and at their control bodies. So this router database, but also the national databases, are only for organically propagated seed material. I will now start to share the video so you can see how the database is implemented at the moment. So first of all, you have successfully registered as an organic seed supplier. If not, you can do it here, and you can also see a different tutorial video for this. but now you can log in with your username and your password. And you click on login. And then you will have the language that you registered for, but you can also switch to another one. And when you're clicking on the home button, you will always find the front page of the European router database. You can also search for organic seed supplier, but this is something also visitors without a login can do. So we won't look at this. Which is important, you can look at your offers by clicking on My Offers, and then you will get a list of all the offers you have put into the database. And this is a list with the species, so with the Latin name, or also the English name. Then you have the cultivar name, the type of seed, and the seed quality. And by clicking on here, you see in which country you're offering this seed at the moment. You see if it's available or not. So if the seed is not available anymore in this country, you can put it on red. So then it's not available anymore, and the authority of this country will receive this information as well. You see the status that the authority for Germany, for example, has decided about these offers and they have accepted it. And you can also see the history of this certain offer. So you see when, for example, the authority has accepted your offer, or when you changed something, for example, according the availability. You can also archive your offer for all countries, but you can also undo this. You can give an assurance statement about a self-fusion breeding method. And by clicking on this, you will also get more information about the, for example, the breeding method. You can edit the master data. So for example, you can edit the type of seed or the seed quality of your offer. And you can create new offers. So you can add this offer to another country. Yes, so, and you can also search for a certain cultivar name. You can search for a certain species. You can search for all offers that are available, for example. And you can also search about the status that it has in a certain country. So if the offer is in process, accepted, or rejected. You can search for a certain country, for a certain breeding method of the variety, or for association. All of your offers that you have created here in the database. You can also track your offers. So basically you will see all the latest information and changes that are connected to your offers. So for example, on the 9th of November, the government in Germany has accepted or approved your offer, Lemona. You can also search for a certain cultivar, you can search for changes in a certain country, and you can decide for a certain time range. So for example, if we put in Lemona here, you will see what happened with this offer, and you see you have created this offer on the 8th of September. It was approved on the 9th of November. You can also add new offers. For this, you will see a list of all cultivars that are available in the database at the moment. So please search first if the cultivar that you want to offer is maybe already in the database. I will now just search for a test. And if it's not available, then you can create a new offer. When creating a new offer, you have to choose the category. For example, if it's cereal, Then you will have to choose the species. You will give the name, the breeder, and the breeding method of this cultivar. So if it was bred under organic conditions, or if it was bred conventionally, but of course you can only offer seed that were propagated organically, but cultivars can be bred under conventional conditions. And you can also give some more information about this cultivar. This is depending on the country. So some countries can say that you have to specify your offer, and you can do it by clicking these tick boxes. Then you will select the type of seed, the seed quality, and an association, if there is a certain certification association. For example, it could be Demeter. And then you can click to which countries you want to offer these seeds. So for example, Netherlands, Sweden, and Switzerland, these are the countries that you have applied for under my account. We will see this in just a bit. And then you could create this offer. But you can also, if you, for example, you want to offer the cultivar Elixir, this is already existing in the database, and then you can just click on new offer, and then you will also type in the master data, the seed quality, and the countries you want to offer it to, but you won't have the opportunity to give the name of the cultivar and the breeder, because this is already existing and was done by someone else. Yes, then you have to confirm that all your offers are up to date. So if you don't change anything in your offers, you will receive a mail after 4 weeks to confirm this that your offers are up to date. You can do this either by each country that you are accepted in, or you can confirm it for all countries. You can also send messages. So, for example, if you want to contact a national authority, for example, you want to say, okay, I could offer or I could deliver seed to your country, but for example, I don't have a trader in your country, I don't have an office, and I don't speak the language. You can send a message to the authority, and then you can get in contact with them. For this text here will be translated as well, and for this you will click on new message, and then you can decide to which authority you want to send a message. So for example, to Denmark, and then you can click here and you can send a new message to them. And then you also have the possibility to manage your account, and here you can edit your login details. You can also add new logins to your account, and you can also edit your main address of the company. So here you can edit the login data, login name, the email in case you have forgotten the password. You can edit the main address of your company, and you can also request that you want to offer seed in other European countries. So as you can see, you have requested already, or this company has requested already some countries, and in most of them the status is pending. So this means that the national authority has not decided to accept you as a seed supplier in their country. And for example, in Sweden and in Germany, you have been accepted, so you can send seed offers to the national authorities by adding new offers as we have seen it before. You, as you can see here, you can request a new country, for example, Bulgaria, and then you have to give an address. You can either use your main address or also a national address, so for example in Bulgaria. And here you can also edit information also about internal contact persons, so that the national authorities can contact you. You can give a sales address in this country, for example, and you give your certification number, and you can also upload your certificate that you're organic seeds, that you're an organic seed supplier, and this will be seen by the national authority when they decide about accepting you as a seed supplier for their country. Yes, so these are basically the main possibilities how you can manage your seed offers and send seed offers to different European countries. Yes, so this was a very short a tutorial about the basic functions of the router database that are there so far. There are also more tutorials about the functions of the national authorities and also about visitors that can be found on the website, where I've shown you the link before in the presentation. And now I will continue with the presentation and show you what we have planned in the future until the launch, the live launch of the database will take place. So because we do have a delay in the implementation because of some technical issues, so it happens quite often that you start programming and you do know about the processes, but then there are some technical problems or processes that appear and you have to define them. You have bugs that you have to fix. Also in this project, there were some requirements for the database that developed during the project, so they had to be added, or they still need to be added. So this is why we don't launch the router database today, but in February 2021. And until then, we will translate the database in all languages of the different member states. We will improve some reports to download. We have to fix some bugs. You have seen in the tutorial we haven't done all the translations. And also there is the feature of a seed upload possibility for the supplier, so they don't have to do it manually, but you can do it with an Excel file. But this also is quite complicated and has taken some time. We will create the logins for the national authorities, and then we will launch the live version of the router database, so that you can use at the moment you can use the test version via the link that I've shown you before, but then there will be a live version, so that for example this API to the Organic X Seeds website is live. So at the moment, if you're offering something to Germany and if it's accepted in the test version, it will not automatically appear in the Organic X Seeds, so in the national database. And this has to be done before we launch the live version then. Yes, and then by May 2021, so by the end of the project of LIVESEED, we have to show a concept to ensure the maintenance and the longevity of the database. So who is going to finance and to administrate this router database after the project ends? Because it took some work, a lot of work actually, to implement this router database and to program it. So we think it is really necessary that we continue and work with it. So also that the national authorities and the farmers have something or get something out of it in the end. And we are in contact with the EU Commission about the financing after this project ends, so that then the authorities and the countries can work with the program, yeah, for a certain time. Now there's another thing I would like to ask you. We try to reach as many national authorities as possible through different kind of ways. So I want to use this opportunity now as well, and ask you, if you're watching from a national authority, to send me an email address and a name for your member state, so that we can create a login for you. This is important in case, or the email address is important in case you forget your password. And you can either send it to me private via this chat, or you can also send me a mail later on. You can see my address here. It would be much appreciated, so that we can start with creating the logins for each member state. And we can ensure that this data that you are sending us will not be used for anything else than installing this login and send you information about how to use it. For example, the login details or the guides. So yes, so I would really appreciate if you could send me the contact persons for the national authorities. And now I think we will wait for some time so you can do so. And I can start to answer some of your questions already. There were some collected by my colleague, I think. So yeah.
Yes. So thank you, Xenia, for this very insightful presentation and also the tutorial. Indeed, you have the possibility now to ask a few more questions. I think there's already a couple of questions coming in, so that's very nice. And in the meanwhile, please do follow Xenia's request if you have the information about it. But we can already start with some question now. I think one thing we can clarify quite easily, say something, Xenia, if I'm wrong, but this database will also be applicable for in-conversion material, so not only for organic seed, is that right?
Yes, so we have followed the discussion also about this new legislation and the in-conversion seed, and also in-conversion seed can be uploaded to this database. It will be marked as in-conversion, so everyone can see it, but it can be uploaded there.
Yes. One question was, why does the seed producer have to apply to both the national list and also the router database? Why is it not just one request?
Yes, I think I've seen this question before. So this is not the case actually. So you can, as a seed supplier, you can still use the usual way that you have used until now to upload your seed offers in different countries. So, for example, through the national authority, but you can also use the router database. And because then we have this interface to the national databases, you don't have to register both, but you can choose either way. But if you register just for the national seed database in one country, you cannot transfer the offers to other countries. So this is the advantage of this router database. So if you are registered there, you can send, or you can manage your seed to all member states from one login. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's quite clear. I mean, this is also one of the advantages, of course, of this router database. One person from the audience is concerned that there might be a risk to oblige a farmer to get seeds from abroad instead of having a derogation due to unavailability of suitable varieties.
Yes,
do you
so
see a risk there as well? Or?
I don't see this risk because, of course, then it is possible that international seed supplier can offer seeds on national databases. But first of all, there is the authority that has to accept the offer. So they have to check as well as the seed supplier that a certain cultivar can be used in this country. And then there are cultivars offered in the database and not crops. So if a farmer, for example, can make or give a good reason, for example, they have experience with this cultivar or it's very adapted to their farm conditions, they can say, okay, I cannot use this certain cultivar and I do need another cultivar or a different one, and then the control body or the control authority decides if this is a suitable reason. But if there is a cultivar offered by a seed supplier or by international seed supplier, and the farmer in the country wants to have especially this cultivar, then he has to use it because he can't get a derogation for a cultivar for conventional untreated seed if this cultivar is available in organic quality.
Yes, thank you. Maybe another question, will it be connected to organic egg seeds from the start? And if I can add like a more general point, so are there kind of technical guidelines on what requirements a national database has to have to be connected to this router database? Are you in exchange with national authorities about that?
So yes, from the start, so from the beginning of the launch of the router database, so what we expect for February 21, it will be connected to the organic ICSID databases. So there basically won't be a change for these countries and they don't have to do this transfer manually. And we were in contact with some other countries already that are not using the organic database and asked if we can implement such an interface for them as well. We didn't receive feedback that they said, yes, please do it. So that's why we haven't done it for other countries yet. But yeah, for creating such an API, we actually do need to know what information in this national database are needed. And then, yeah, it is quite similar or quite simple to implement such an API. And we are open, so if other countries are interested in this as well, they can contact me.
Yes, please do so. There's also the question, you mentioned that there's the non-obligatory possibility to enter the breeding method. Also, is it like a selection from which you can select the breeding method, or is it an open text? And will that be controlled in any ways, or is it like a yeah, based on trust, this indication of the breeding method?
Yes, so it is an option. So the seed supplier can give the breeding method or the breeding techniques, but it's not mandatory to give it. It's kind of an offer to show what additional features, for example, this cultivar can have. So, for example, some organic associations are only allowing if something is free from a certain breeding technique. And what was the other question? It's the supplier gives this information themselves, so they don't have to prove it really. They can upload a statement where they ensure that it is this breeding technique, but it's not checked later on by someone else. And yeah, I think that's basically about that.
Yes.
And sorry,
Yep.
and we they can choose from the definitions that are now brought up in the new regulation.
Yes, and any conflict with the new organic regulation would then, of course, be fraud, no matter what is indicated on a voluntary basis, of course. You mentioned that this root database will have to be or is being translated. Is there a testing phase foreseen for the translated version?
Yes, so when it's translated, we will contact the national authorities, and then they should check their national login if the translations are correct, because sometimes if it's out of context, maybe there's a wrong word or something like this, and they will check, and then we will get the feedback.
Okay. All right, let's see. I think we're getting a lot of questions done. I think
Okay.
this is very nice for the audience, and we still have 5 minutes. Maybe I want to add a more general question next to those technical questions. Is so practically speaking, maybe in a nutshell, after this we heard this 40 minutes of presentation, how can this router database contribute, like from your perspective, not only to increasing the supply of seed, but also the use of seed? So where do you see the connection, with the broader goal of increasing the supply, but also the use of organic seed?
So during our visits that we have done in the LIVESEED project, we found that in some countries there is more or less no offer on the database, and it's really difficult for the farmers to find out where they can get seeds or where they can get organic seeds if they really want to have some. And we also found that especially in those countries, the market is really small. So as I've explained before, that the seed supplier can also be neighbors, so from the neighbor country, that they don't want to have this effort to manage and supply or to offer seeds in a database, which takes some time. For probably 3 requests for the seed offers in a year. So and especially also when you have neighbor countries or when you have seed supplier in the neighbor countries that can also have adapted cultivars to a certain region, but they cannot find, or the farmers in the neighbor countries cannot find these offers, and they cannot find the seed supplier. And especially if then there are also language barriers. And we try, or we want to reduce this effort that the seed supplier have to offer seed in different countries. And we hope that once there are seed offers in the national databases then as well, there will be a market developing. And also then that there are more local seed supplier from this national country seeing, okay, there is a market developing. We are also trying to invest or to start in organic propagation and seed propagation.
Yeah, thank you, Xenia. I think you mentioned all of those points already at some point during the presentation, but I think for me at least it was good to also have it summarized now at the end. Maybe we can just squeeze on one more audience question. With what frequency is the router database updated?
Yes, so this depends. So the seed supplier have to update it as soon as there is a change. So if they see, okay, we are sold out in a country, we have to change it, and this is done immediately. And also the national authorities will receive this information immediately. So they will see, okay, there is an option where you have a list, what changed for example, the last 3 days, and then they will see, okay, this offer is not available anymore, and then they can take it down from their national database as well. And again, here it is different. So if you have an APE, this is also done automatically. So as soon as the seed supplier changes the availability, it will change on the national seed database as well. But if this has to be done manually, then it will be changed, of course, when the national authority changes it as well. But the national authority will be informed about changes in the availability. So we really try to keep it really to have a quick response to availabilities.
And this change in availability is communicated like real time, I assume. It's communicated immediately as soon as the offer is changed.
Yes.
All right. I think we have asked the most pressing questions, at least. The last 2 or 3 minutes, there have not been coming in any more questions, so I think that's good. With this, I would like to close the session. I would like to remind you to get in touch with Xenia regarding the logins, but also if you have general questions, if you're a seed supplier, if you're a competent authority, if you're a farmer, and so on. So thank you, Xenia, and to the audience of joining this session. In the next session, which will be the final session, we will have our panel discussion that will be at 3:15, and we have a quite big and knowledgeable list of participants from national and European authorities to seed companies and also to LIVESEED national partners, and you should not miss this. But before, we have a short film for you to fill this gap. And in this film, you can see people from seed companies, and they talk about their strategies for organic seed production. So you will see that quickly after the session. So yes, so thank you, and then see you back for the panel session in 15 minutes.
Good afternoon, dear participants, and welcome to the final session of today's LIVESEED event. We will have a panel discussion now, and we will do what basically we've done through the LIVESEED project with the national workshops. We bring together all the stakeholders involved, so we will have researchers, breeders, seed companies, public authorities, and farmers discussing what are the next steps forward to increase the production and use of organic seeds. So already I want to thank all our participants for joining the panel discussion. I have a few slides to present you so that we can all be clear on the key recommendations before we enter the discussion. And before that, I would like to tell you once again that you can ask questions to the panelists already through the SpotMe interface, through the chat, and then we will have a moderator, my colleague Martin, who will select the most pertinent and relevant questions that I will ask to some of the speakers. So if possible, please indicate to which one of our panelists you want to ask the question as well. In this panel, we will discuss the key success factors and recommendations from the LIVESEED project. So please bear with me. I will take 5 minutes to sum them up. You've heard about some of them already this morning and yesterday's event as well. So recommendation for national authorities and all stakeholders, it's very important to install national seed expert groups in all countries, if possible. And this expert group should have the key task of making a national annex, meaning a list of crops and species for which no derogations are possible anymore. We've identified this as a key tool and practice to gradually phase out the derogations. We have recommendations for research institutes, breeders, and seed companies. There should be more cultivar testing trials under organic conditions. There should be public research projects and breeding programs for organic varieties. Yes, of course, we know historically how public research has had a key role in the development of new varieties. So this is also an important recommendation. And there should be stakeholder networks to make use of synergies in research. For national authorities and seed companies, there should be national targets established to gradually increase the supply of organic seeds for key crops. And it's important to try and involve the whole supply chain to increase production and marketing of organic seeds. It's not only a business and a matter for breeders, farmers, and seed companies, but also processors, retailers, trade companies should be involved in this effort. For seed producers and farmers, it's important that you actively give recommendations to your ministries on how the database should be improved to better fit your needs and your constraints. Then we have more recommendation for certifiers and national authority on the need to communicate on the database towards farmers and seed producers as well, and on the importance of using it. Then the national database should be connected to the EU routed database, and we just had a detailed explanation on how this EU routed database will work. To national organic associations, please organize workshops and webinars on organic seeds, on the benefits of using organic seeds, on the legislation and the gradual phase out of derogation for the current organic farmers, but also for the upcoming organic farmers. And we do expect there will be many more organic farmers in the future years, indeed. To national authorities and all stakeholders, yes, we said it already and we will say it again. It's very important to develop a clear roadmap towards reaching 100% organic plant reproductive material with long-term timetables and specific plans for each crop. For countries which already have a national annex, it's important to find ways to establish a structural knowledge exchange among the different countries to share best practices, to organize international technical workshops, and to learn from the conventional sector on how to share information on seeds and varieties between countries. So it's a long list of recommendations to discuss. With us today, we have a distinguished list of panelists and speakers. I will introduce them one by one. What we will do is that each one of the speakers will have 3 minutes to answer a question I will ask them. And then once all our panelists have made their first intervention, they will have an opportunity to react to some of the other statements. And then we will be able to get questions from you, dear audience, as well. And this will take us to 4:45 as well. So please ask your questions through the Q&A. And I think now, let me exit the presentation. I think I can already turn to our first speaker, but before that, may I say that, as you know, the picture is a bit different, and we have new prospects for organic farming since last year, because the new Commission published its Green Deal, and as a follow-up to that, there was the publication of the biodiversity strategy on the one end, and the farm-to-fork strategy on the other end, which aim at reaching sustainable food systems in Europe by 2030. And as part of the actions envisaged by the Commission, there is this new European target to reach 25% of organic land by 2030 in Europe. This is an ambitious objective, but we believe that it is achievable provided that the right policies are in place policies to boost the demand of organic food on the one hand through green public procurement and, for example, mandatory targets for organic products in public canteens at the national level, and policies to boost the production, the organic production as well. And all of this will be accompanied and boosted by a new organic action plan at the European level, which we expect for the early part of 2021. And as part of this action plan, we do also expect that there will be measures to increase the availability of input needed for organic production, and first of all, to increase the production and availability of seeds and of organic breeding as well. And ideally, we would like such action plans on organic farming to be in all member states as well. I may want to add that we have negotiations on the common agricultural policy as well. And this is also relevant for the organic sector and for seed production, because the Parliament has asked through an amendment that in each CAP strategic plans at the national level, member states should analyze the needs of the organic sector and the needs to increase the production under organic farming. So this will have implications, of course, for the availability of organic seed production. So without further ado, I would like now to welcome our first panelist and first speaker, Mr. Stefan Dressman. Welcome, Stefan, and thank you for joining again a LIVESEED workshop. Stefan works at the Lower Saxony Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Consumer Protection since 2002. Since then, you have been responsible for organic farming in the ministry, and since 2003, you are also the head of two specialized German groups for organic propagated seeds in the name of all the 16 German federal states. And since 2018, you are the head of unit, nutrient management, agro-environmental policy, and organic farming in the ministry. So thanks again for joining. And my question to you will be, Germany is one of the countries with a national annex, of course, and having followed this workshop and the previous workshop we organized about Northwestern European countries with a national annex, how would you see cooperation among these countries to be organized, both at the formal level, let's say, but also at the informal level, given all your experience in dealing with organic farming and organic regulations?
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Eric, and hello everybody from Germany and from Hanover, from the fine weather today in the special times. As you said, I'm coordinate this expert group since 16 years, and these two expert groups. We decided one is too big, and so we split these groups in 2010. And since then, we have one expert groups for vegetable crops, for vegetable seeds, and one for agricultural seeds. We discussed this annex since 2010, 2011, and we decide and we start with this annex 2012, and up to now we have nearly 30 cultivars on the annex, and we hope we can go on this way the next years. You asked me about the cooperation between other countries, and for the history, we start this cooperation, I think 2010 was it, 2011 or before. We had some meetings with the Netherlands. It's a long time ago. It was very good, this meetings in the Netherlands. So we come from Germany to Netherlands. Was a good exchange. We learned much there, and maybe, I hope so, also from Germany. But after it, we had not so much time to do it further. But I think it must be the next step. For one step, we have the national groups. I think they're very important for the future up to 2035 to get 100% organic seeds. I think it's also very important to have a roadmap. in the countries. But I think also it's very necessary to have more exchange between the countries. And why is it I think, so important? I think we have to learn each other, how the ways are in the countries. And second, I think it's very, very important because we spoke about market. We spoke about a market with growth and growth and growth, organic, and we spoke about much money. And I think it's very important to speak how we can go together forward, because there's really a competitive difference. And farmers ask me why we should go to annex when other countries have not the annex, especially for potatoes also. You ask me how we have to organize it. I think for Germany, it's really a challenge. I counted yesterday, we have 9 neighbor countries. So we have, I think one is a question of organizing, and here this exchange on live seeds today and also 1 month ago or some months ago. I think it's very good to make it, and it's very easy to make the exchange about web conferences. It's very easy, and I think we can do it very, very fast, so we can save much time. And but how we, despite this workshops on web conferences, how we can do it? Maybe from Germany, it's good to start with the countries on the western side. To start with Netherlands, with Belgium, Luxembourg, France, to make a little group with a web conference, maybe 1 time a year or 2 times a year, to make a informally exchange how we can together go forward. But I think it needs time. We had not so much time. It needs time, and I think it needs money for coordinating, for a coordinator. Maybe it's a possibility from the EU to get money for this coordination, for this group, to establish this group and to go continually forward up to 2035. So that's my little input in this 2-3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stefan. That's very clear, and that's one of the questions I wanted to ask you as well to follow up. I mean, do you see a role for the European Commission in this coordination? But you already answered, so I will save these questions to our guest from the European Commission. Thank you for now, and we'll see you again later. Now I have a pleasure to welcome Pierre Giacometti Bianchi. Welcome, Pierre. Thank you for joining. Pierre Giacomo is the scientific coordinator of the seed area of CREA-DC, which is the Council for Agriculture Research and Analysis of the Agricultural Economy, which is based in Tuscany, in Italy. Pierre speaks regularly at national and international conferences, is a lecturer in training courses and author of publications of a scientific and informative nature. So Pierre, my question to you, what are strategies to involve more stakeholders from the bottom up to get more supply on seed database? And after almost 2 years of experience with a new organic seed database, who are, in your opinion, the actors that will need to play a more active role to bring about a shift in the use of derogations, and what can be done to engage with them? So Pierre, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Eric. Before to answer to your question, I would like to say that, of course, I will report on the basis of the experience we are having in Italy. I suppose you call me because I'm the manager of the database in Italy, and I also coordinate the expert group on seed. But even though I'm working with the database since 1988, when it was established in Italy, at the time it was voluntary, these are indeed a difficult question to answer. I would say that the original goals was always been is always been to match demand with supply on a common platform, and to manage the derogation on a fair basis. This is the goal of the database. This assumes that the supplier trusts the power of the database as a tool to deliver the seed, and the applicant really wish to buy the seed as far as is available. But experience, at least in my country, shows that this is not always the case. Maybe I will say something that it will warm up a little bit the discussion, because not everything works well, not everything is, well, maybe it's on the right way, but something to improve is there. Let's see the situation from the viewpoint of a seed company. At the first stage, a seed company sees a market opportunity. They plan the production, they invest, they produce seed. And we all know that seed production needs programming and time, even using existing variety. And when seed is available, they register the seed on the database, they offer the seed, and they answer to the request of interest by the farmer. On the other side, the farmer decides which variety intend to use, consults the database, and if the seed of the variety is available, express interest. Then there could be several reasons why the purchase is not finalized: logistics, price, time for delivery, for example. However, this may be justification to hide a back reason, which sometimes is that the farmer has already made a decision to purchase seed from a non-organic supplier. The consequence is that the seed could be available but remains in the stock in the seed company. Of course, the situation described is an extreme one, but is not such an isolated case, and create a negative circle and a negative impact on the system. The seed company will produce less quantity of organic seed. Seed available on the database will be less and less, and the seed company will look for other market channels if available. The farmer will make use of the database mostly to catch the derogation. I don't think this is by chance that the peak of seed available notified to the database was just before a scheduled deadline for the possibility to get derogation. And I recall, I was there, the first announcement was for 2003, and the current regulation postponed it at 2035. With this, I don't mean that the derogation system is not necessary, but it should be strictly regulated. Coming to your question, how to get out from this negative circle? First of all, I would like to say that the database is just a tool, as other online instruments may be more or less easily misused. Since almost 2 years, we have a new database, but as I told you, we had 20 years of experience in my country. This new database, better performing and based on the EU principle, has been implemented after the consultation with all the stakeholders. But the main input when preparing this new functionality was simplification. But altogether now we realized that we have to better channeling some flexibility allowed by the system. In this process, all the stakeholders should be involved in the decision, and including seed association, farmer organization, representative of the organic association, authorities, and control bodies. And this is what we aim to do. If I can stress a component, the role of the control body is, and it will be, a key factor in this process. The database is not enough to reverse the course observed in the previous year. Anyway, we have already noticed a clear reduction of the number of applications for derogation in 2019, and I'm confident that this trend will be consolidated in 2020. Here in Italy, we recently took the decision to move Lucerne and the Egyptian clover to the red list. That for us means no derogation in principle. And this decision is based on the potential availability of organic seed, but this decision will be a robust stress test for the database and the system in place. Well, this is my first introduction to that I offer for the discussion. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Pierre, for your controversial statement, so to speak. But indeed, I mean, these are part of the challenges that many countries face with the database, and this is why we identified that it's so important to have a strict system to phase out gradually the derogations. Indeed, but thank you for the good news that the number of derogation is already going down in Italy, and I'm sure other speakers will want to react on what you said as well. So thank you, Pierre, and see you in a bit. Now I have a pleasure to welcome Judith Feher from UMKI in Hungary. Hello, Judith. Thank you for joining. Judith, I will introduce you. Judith is a biologist with experience in agrobiodiversity management, organic breeding, organic seed production, and participatory research. She's involved in national and EU project management and dissemination, such as LIVESEED, of course, but Judith was also involved in Farmers Pride and in Diversity Food too. And she is a member of the Hungarian Gene Bank Council and the scientific leader of MAGASH, the Hungarian Seed Savers Network. So thank you for joining us again, Judith. And my question to you is about capacity building, something we already discussed a bit this morning. Capacity building for farmers can be an important tool to support farmers to use more organic seeds. But what is the role of researchers in this process?
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Eric. I hope you can hear me because the connection seems to be quite bad here for me. So, as a researcher and as a research institute, in our experience, I can share with you that there are some key factors and some key elements where you can intervene in capacity building of farmers and moving forward organic seed use. So, of course, as a researcher, you have an important role in creating new knowledge and also creating new cultivars, sharing this information, and being a key, having a key role in networking and collaboration. And also, it's important to build trust among the different stakeholders. And based on our experience, research institutes are very important in organizing field trials. The most well-known are organized by research institutes are these on-farm trials where farmers are directly involved. This is very useful because it also builds trust, as I mentioned, accepting these results. But if there are no official organic small pot trials in a certain country, research institutes like us, UMKI, can also initiate such networks and bring together all those partners who can contribute, like research institute, other research institutes, breeders, farmers, and the competent authority to bring the necessary things to establish such a network, like providing field for the trials, equipment, and expertise. And then, of course, beside the farmers who can profit from these trials, we hope that the seed producers will be also motivated and will offer sufficient certified organic seeds via the organic seed database. Then research institutes are playing a key role in the dissemination of the results of such trials and also other related experiments. And this dissemination can be done in different ways. We do several times a year, organize organic open field days, combined with tasting events, where we can show and explain the trials to the farmers. This is also a good opportunity for the farmers to exchange experience among each other. Then, of course, we also organize workshops for exchange again. and then write yearly reports to share the results of trials and experiments for the benefit of the farmers. And then the breeding, being a public or participatory breeding, is also in the hands of the researchers and breeders. This is very important to provide the diversity of the cultivars for the farmers and the whole food chain, which suit their needs. And last but not least, it was mentioned already a few times that the seed expert groups are very important. And in case there is no seed expert group in your country, again, a research institute can initiate to establish such a group or a network of stakeholders, and can also participate with expertise, and again can also represent the farmers' needs in case there is no strong farmers' organization in a certain country. So these were my main points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judith. And Hamki is certainly playing a leading role in the development of organic farming in Hungary. And like you mentioned, and like everybody who's been involved in participatory research know, the best way to ensure dissemination is to do co-construction in the first place with the farmers as well. So thank you for highlighting the key role of researchers in this whole process. And thank you for joining. Unfortunately, you will not be able to stay with us because of technical limitations, but thank you for your contribution as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and have a good discussion. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. And now I will welcome Joanna Boczewska from Poland. I will introduce you, Joanna, while you're connecting. Hello and welcome. Joanna works as a trainer, consultant, and organizer for agroecology and permaculture in a broad network of collaboration with Zieleni Polska, the food sovereignty movement in Poland, as one of its co-founders and core coordinators since 2016. And last year, she initiated Agro-Permalab, a residential 10-day intersectorial training in global agroecology and food governance. She had run her own organic farm between 2014 and 2018 near Krakow. And Joanna collaborates on seed projects with the National Seed Bank of Poland as well. So thank you again for joining. And my question to you is, with your experience in working together with farmers, what do you think are steps that farmers can take to increase the use of organic seeds? In countries with a lack of supply of certified seeds, what is the role of farmers as seed producers as well? So Joanna, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to be part of this discussion and have opportunity to read these varied recommendations. I think they are on the large very well addressing all of the different scales of collaboration we need to undertake for seed production, and specifically organic seed production. My experiences from Poland cannot be said to be representative of all the organic farmer producers, as I'm working more within the agroecological spectrum, so people who are in transition to organics or who are using organic seeds, for example, using natural methods, but are using the pool of organic seed material. So what are the steps that farmers can take to increase the use of organic seeds? First of all, it's been already said that this type of multi-stakeholder collaboration and discussion on varieties that are well adapted, varieties that are needed, is needed. And for farmers, one of the barriers that could be addressed is how to participate in such research collaboration or seed production collaboration that enhances technical skills, if they are so atomized and individualized. So unless there are, from my perspective, there is support and active discussion with farmers' organizations that can produce a more representative view of what is needed, it will be hard to convey the voice of farmers. In Poland, this is a challenge to have the voice of organic farmers being conveyed, and very often I meet that in institutional fora or research fora, and there's hardly any farmer present to convey even his own voice. So I'm really glad that here there is this chance even to say a little bit. And partly it is because the farmers' organizations are not very strong in associating newcomers. They are a generation from, let's say, late 1980s and 1990s, and the young generation has not yet associated, or is this very small scale production spectrum. And I would like to respond also to the fact of the trust in organic seeds and the quality of organic seeds available in the market. A lot of organic farmers, certified and non-certified, who are selling in organic markets, but in a local trust-based system, so to cooperatives or on local markets, and they are recognized as organic producers, maybe not certified, but they are recognized. They often buy seeds from abroad. So the question that emerges for me is one of raising technical competencies for farmers to be able to produce some section of seeds in their farms. Another would be really to understand where our seeds are coming from in Poland, and for this a bit more thorough research on practices, on where do organic producers get their supply for seeds, how satisfied they are, what is needed is one part of it, and another is what is the seed producers' perspective in Poland. And my concern or my own observation from conversations with farmers would be that, for example, a lot of our organic producers goes abroad, is sold abroad. So if we were to produce organic seeds, also how would we take care of the seed pool remaining and being diversified in Poland? The fact that we have the second largest seed bank in Europe, in Poland, are you able to understand me? Because I'm seeing you're making attentive grimaces, so I just wanted to check. But the fact that our seed bank has made attempts to collaborate in situ conservation trials with farmers has been a good attempt, but at the same time, the number of farms was about 10 or 12 across Poland, so it's a very small pool of farms that taken different varieties and started experimenting with them. So that's more of a small scale farmer's perspective. And I would say that if there were some of the recommendations that are made here, even about the training or education processes, are very, very good. We've just recently done a research with some of our core organic farmers, seed savers. And the legal issues are a big challenge in terms of knowing the law, knowing what they can do, how to move with it, even knowing the registration list, etc. And then the technical skills of producing and circulating are also an issue. So thank you very much. That's enough for me.
Thank you, Joanna. And I was grimacing, as you said, because I lost the connection for a few seconds, but I could hear what you said, and you're completely right. I mean, capacity building should be a priority in many countries, so as to build the capacity of organic farmers to organize themselves for better institutional representation and a better knowledge exchange as well. And I think you pointed out to the role that farm advisory services could have in training and helping the farmers as well. So thank you very much for these perspectives. And now we will turn to seed companies, and I have a pleasure of welcoming Cesar Gonzalez, who is the representative of Euroseeds. Hello, Cesar. Long time no see, and welcome to the panel. Cesar joined Euroseeds in September 2018 and is responsible for developing and implementing outreach and advocacy strategy on seed industry-related policy and regulatory issues, specifically towards the EU institutions, of course, but also towards key agri-food chain organizations. Cesar also works on research and innovation policies and represents Euroseeds in the plans for the future technology platform. So, Cesar, obviously seed companies have a key role to play to increase the production of organic seeds. And given the increase which is expected also in organic land in the coming decades, and the increase in percentage of organic seeds needed and used, the question is, are seed companies prepared for this increase in demand for organic seeds? And the demand will have to be met with an adequate supply as well. So do you think there is a kind of chicken and egg situation here? And yes, how could this be resolved from your perspective? So please, Cesar, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Thanks, Eric. Responding to this Shell, I don't think this really represents reality. I mean, I understand why the question, and I think that it might appear so because if you look at the figures that were presented during this workshop, 50% more or less of the seed is non-chemical treated seed. So still we have 50% to go to reach the current demand. But I don't think it's a lack of interest from the companies, because if you look at the figures in the past were much lower and it has been increasing. And actually the current figures represent the efforts of the companies made some years ago. That being said, I think that more companies have joined and will be joining. That has been also part of the discussion these days. And I think also internally in Euroseeds we have reached that conclusion. We see that more companies might be interested, and therefore we can expect that the offer or the supply of seeds will increase. Now the question to me, and I think for everyone, is will this increased offer meet the possible demand, or will demand increase much faster than the offer? That's a very fair question. And for that, I would like to share with you one of the reflections we had in the working group before the Green Deal was published. And at that time, 1 year ago, I would say that there was kind of confidence in the working group that at the current growth rate for both organic farming and organic breeding or breeding for organics, the sector feels very much comfortable with actually being able to supply the demand for seeds that the organic sector would request. Of course, not tomorrow, not the next year, but in certain years we felt confident on that. Meanwhile, we had this Green Deal and this new, let's say, objective of 25% of land under organic farming, which poses, I would say, a clear, let's say, challenge for the sector. And I think it was Monica Messner who presented the figures, or even posted a comment in the chat saying that to reach that goal and to reach from 50 to 100% of seeds under organic seeds, we need to increase by 6 times the supply of organic seed. Well, that's a huge challenge for the sector. And the main question remains, once the subsidies or the support for such to achieve such objective will be withdrawn, will there be a demand that will push the offer? Because in principle, we could only support the market-driven demand, because this is the kind of demand that companies can rely on and can planify their investments in 10 years' time or so. So will that be a real demand and a real push for organic seeds? That's one of the questions that need to be clarified in order to engage even more companies in breeding for organics. That's one of the questions. And then the other that might be, let's say, making it even more difficult is to reach that market. If you compare it to the conventional one, for the conventional, you have one type of seed, more or less, one type of seed. And you know that these are varieties. While if you go to the organic, we see that there are different developments, so it's a much smaller market, then it's divided into different markets, sub-markets. And that will make the life of the companies much more difficult in order to planify their investments, to make their strategic decisions on which type of material to breed. And actually, it will make much more complicated to meet the demand from the farmers and the society as a whole. So companies are investing in it, are getting in, but yeah, there are some difficulties or challenges that need to be sorted. That's for sure.
Thank you, Cesar, for bringing even more questions to the table. Yes, I think we heard this morning or yesterday that a majority of the seed companies surveyed during the LIVESEED project answered positively to the prospect of increasing their offer of organic seed as well. And with a new organic regulation and the end of derogation foreseen by 2036 on the one hand, with the organic target as well, even though it also raises some challenges. We do believe there is a clearer indication that the growth in organic will continue indeed. But indeed, the questions you ask are extremely relevant, but I will let other speakers reply in the second part as well. So thank you for your contribution, Cesar, and talk to you later. And I will now turn to a seed company as well from Vitalis. So I have a pleasure of welcoming Melanie Molnar with us.
Hello.
Melanie, thank you for joining. So Dr. Molnar is working as community manager for organic for Vitalis Organic Seeds, a multi-local breeding company for organic vegetables. In this role, she evaluates trends in organic vegetable markets and is the contact person for organic associations and research institutes for Vitalis in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. She's also a member of a seed expert group for organic vegetables in Germany. So it's a bit, I have a bit of a similar question than to Cesar for you. I mean, I haven't seen the key success factors and recommendations that have been put forward by the LIVESEED project. Where do you see an opportunity for a seed company such as Vitalis?
Okay, Eric, thank you for the invitation, and it would have been great to meet all of you in person, but now we have to do it remote-wise. I think one of the biggest success stories is, on one hand, the LIVESEED project, because it really provided the first European overview about state-of-the-art, the usage of organic seed, and what would be the next step for a seed company would be the increase of the exchange between countries, because I see the expert group in Germany, but we also have a look on the Netherlands and, for example, France, and everyone is doing it a little bit different, but we all have the same goal in the end to reach the 100% usage of organic seeds by, I think now, 2036. So the alignment would be the next step. But I think already the router database provides a step forward into that direction, because it will make it easier for a seed company to offer seeds on an international level, because every database is a little bit different. And I think it makes it also easier for countries or for farmers which don't have a database yet to have an easy access to it. Because we heard already in the discussions before that it's quite complicated sometimes for farmers to see if there are organic seeds actually available. And what would be also important, and I think it has also been pointed out a lot in those 2 days, would be a roadmap also for us as seed suppliers, because we need to adapt to the new situations, also to the Green Deal. I think it will give us a good push forward. But we need to plan, and especially biannual crops, you cannot produce them from one day to the next. So we need some kind of guideline. What will be the next steps? Which are the targets, and when do we have to reach those targets? And I think also in the future, what is necessary is a more intense cooperation with the growers, with the organic growers. We already test our candidate material with organic growers on their fields to see if they're suitable for organic production or not. Are they resilient enough? But with this cooperation, we always get some feedback also from the growers. What are they doing differently? And how do our varieties react, and what do we have to improve? So everyone is doing it a little bit differently, even if you go from north to south, and you have to find something suitable for everyone, which leads to a broad range of varieties, and you have to adapt to that as well. So that's in a nutshell from a seed company.
Thank you very much, Melanie. And it's clear that it's a challenging business because of a diversity of expectation and needs, not only of climate but also of what farmers want and need as well. And thank you for pointing out this cooperation with organic growers so that the varieties can be tested under organic condition as well. I'm sure we will come back to these points later. So thank you very much for your contribution for now. And now I will turn to Monica Messmer for another point of view of researchers. Monica, welcome. Do I really need to introduce you? I think everybody knows you by now, but still, I will. You've been leading the plant breeding team at FIBEL, the Research Institute of Organic Agriculture in Switzerland, since 2009. You're also the president of the European Consortium for Organic Plant Breeding, EcoPB. You're an eminent member of the IFOAM International Seed Platform, but also the IFOAM Organics Europe Seed Expert Group, of course, and you're engaged in several national and European projects, and first of all, LIVESEED, because you are the scientific coordinator of LIVESEED. So, Monica, one question to you. Cesar mentioned that you estimated that we will need roughly 6 times more organic seed production in the medium and long term due to the expected increase in organic land. Who can produce all that seed? Seed companies have a role, of course, but do you see a role for farmers as seed producers as well to meet this demand?
Thank you very much, Eric, for the introduction and for this important question. Yes, I see if we want to really to cover this big demand of 6-fold increase in organic seed, we need to join forces, and I think it needs to be involved as well, of course, the seed companies, but also the farmers, and also I see quite a important role also from public institutions, like especially in Eastern countries, also economic institutes are involved in seed production. I think that's something that should be increased, and I think maybe there could be a political shift that they, instead of doing conventional seed production, they have a higher focus on organic seed production to follow also the Green Deal call for more organic area. And there I see a very clear role of the farmers to doing the seed production. Also, when we talk about seed companies doing seed production, in many cases, the seed production, especially if we talk about arable crops, is not done by the seed company themselves, but by contracting farmers doing this. And I think at the moment, there's a big challenge to find sufficient organic farmers that are experienced in seed production. And there was also a question we had once with a seed company, what is easier to educate and train and conventional seed producer in organic farming or an organic farmer in seed production. And actually, to my knowledge, since organic system is quite different from organic, and you need this 3 years of conversion period, and also you need a lot of knowledge and experience for doing good organic seed production, I think it's more important, or it's very important to train organic farmers that have a very good management in organic seed production. And I think for this we need really to do training and capacity building, but I think it also need to be supported by certain infrastructure, for example, for having some drying conditions, as this has a big effect on the quality of the part or on the cleaning system. And in many cases that will be too expensive for an individual farmer, so it could be something that is in maybe bought by the government, and they rent it to the different farmers that they can use it, so that or it could be something that is jointly owned by a farmers cooperative that are all involved in the seed production. And I think that is a big part. And there I also see that in the training it would be important to get public support for the training, so either by research institutes or by advisors, or but also by seed companies to do that. And I think it's also important to have this large increase also to make sure that there's really a demand on the market, so that, like Cesar said, is this a real demand or is it just a calculated demand? And I think for this it's very important that regulation, and also with the new organic regulation, that the implementation is much more stricter than in the past, and that the country is not waiting till 2030 till they start to do something, but that they have to start right now to implement this and to reduce derogation. So I think in my point of view, the first step that we need to do is to get rid of the general derogations. And I think that would also link to the roadmap, that we could have a roadmap, and there we say, okay, there we have now general derogation, and we make a list till 2035 until when which of those species are removed. Actually, that list need to be removed maybe in the next 5 years to have the general derogation, because then it has to go from the general derogation to specific individual derogations, and then at the end to no derogations. And I think that only if that implementation is more strict, the seed companies will have the confidence to invest, as it has been said during this workshop. It happened in the past that the seed companies thought, oh, now there's a law, the organic farmers have to use organic seed, now we invest in organic seed. And they did, and then the farmers asked for derogations, and at the end there were a lot of derogations, and the seed companies had a stock of organic seed that they couldn't sell. And then of course they stopped this production. I think this we have to really to prevent, because now with LiveSeed we make a big hype that there is a big demand, but we have to make sure that this is not counteracted by a very lax regulation. So what I would propose is that there should be, even for very clear roadmap, and then there should also be, even for those cultivars or crops where we have a single derogation, there should already be a minimum where it said, okay, in year 2021 you have to have, each farmer have to have at least 20% of organic seed, and then the rest could be uncertified, could be untreated conventional seed, but that this really goes on the farm level, not on the general level of the country, where we say, okay, we improve it slowly, because then the more pioneering organic farmers will do that. We also seen in the farmer survey that mainly the farmers that do have short value chains or do direct sales, they are much more using much more organic seed compared to those bigger organic farms that are producing for the long value chain. And so the value chain, I think, could also play a major role in setting these limits, that a certain amount has to be organic, and that need to be controlled by the certification bodies, so that they have to look on the farm what percentage of seed comes from organic and what comes from non-organic. And that I think that is quite important, and also for motivating farmers and having them to invest and getting the knowledge and infrastructure to produce organic seed. I think it also would need support, like having subsidies for the organic seed producers, and maybe also there need to be a system that is not at the moment promoting non-conventional seed, because of a farmer side of view, if you can get both organic and non-organic seed, but the non-organic seed is much cheaper because the challenge of production is lower, then of course for him it's also attractive to find several reasons why he need to use the cultivar that is produced from the non-organic seed. And I think that there needs to be really very strict regulations, and I think this equivalence cultivars could be a good way to avoid this, that you say, okay, I need exactly this cultivar, but that then the authorities could argue, but there are other cultivars that fulfill the same purpose for the same use, and you could use that where you have organic seed available.
Okay, thank you very much, Monica, for these additional recommendations and ideas, and thank you for stressing as well the need for a stricter implementation of the regulation. I'm sure we'll come back to that, but please let me now welcome Patricia Pitton from the European Commission. Good afternoon, Patricia, and thank you for joining again a LiveSeed workshop. As well, I will first introduce you. Patricia is an agronomist, graduated from the University of Torino in Italy, and as officer for the region Piemonte, she already had experience in organic farming and IPM and other agro-environmental measures dating back from the early 90s. But Patricia joined the European Commission in 2001 as inspector at the Food and Veterinary Office, and then from 2005 to 2018, she worked as a policy officer in the unit pesticides and biocides at DG Sante, with a focus on plant protection products and the sustainable use of pesticides. But in 2018, she joined DG Agri in the organic agriculture unit, dealing with the organic regulation. And so, Patricia, yesterday, you gave us a quite detailed overview of all the ongoing work of the European Commission with the member states on the secondary legislation related to seeds in the organic regulation as well. So today I want to ask you, I mean, of course, you've had a look at the key success factors and recommendation offered by the LiveSeed project. So how does DG Agriculture contribute to establishing a regulatory framework in which production and use of organic can thrive? I mean, you already answered to that partly yesterday. So if you want, please, and time is running out as well, feel free to also react on some of the other statements which were made.
Yeah. Thank you. Can you hear me? It's okay. Yeah, I hope that you can hear me. Yeah. I'm not so sure. Okay, I see that you can hear me. Perfect. Yes, in fact, already yesterday, I thank you again for the invitation, first of all, and to the audience for the question, for the outcomes, very well expressed and presented. And I wanted just to stress that we are, as you know, as I already said yesterday, we are working now with our highest priority to the finalization of the secondary legislation for the proper implementation of the regulation on organic that will finally be applicable from January 2022, and also to address some of the point that have been expressed by the other panelists. I think that already with the delegated act and implementing act that we have presented, in a sense, we are going in the direction that is that was stressed as necessary to have more transparency, more knowledge, and more control of what is really going on in terms of derogation, in terms of availability of not only organic but in conversion as well. As this is another important aspect of the new regulation, that in future there will be a possibility also to promote in conversion plant reproductive material. And therefore, it is important that we indeed then ensure also, as was stressed by Dr. Bianchi, a proper control of the traceability of all the material that is produced and is certified or not, in any case is labeled with the reference to organic or in conversion. And I think that already, in fact, what I was saying, for example, the introduction is important, the introduction also of the list of positive crops on which member state will not derogate. This absolutely is a must that, as already stressed by the expert, will allow also more certainty for the seed supplier in terms of knowledge for future investment. So I think that already with the secondary legislation that is currently in the pipeline, and one of the acts will be, we are happy to say that it will be, one is already being adopted and published, and the other is going to be published in December. And I think that with this new provision, we will further have tools to improve. And as well, with respect to the transparency, the Commission has taken a commitment to public all the report that we will get also from the data that we will collect from the member state in terms of availability and derogation future. So this can also be important, not only for the transparency and knowledge sharing, but as well for us all to monitor the progress in the coming years. Then, with respect to the other regulatory important, more technical, more scientifically technical aspect on the organic breeding or organic heterogeneous material, I will let this part to be addressed by Thomas later. But I would still bring the attention, in fact, to the fact that being the plant reproductive material in the scope, fully in the scope of the organic, to reassure Dr. Bianchi, this will have to be indeed compliant with all the data requirements for the organic production, with the certification system, and with the control body system as well. And then there was the interesting recommendation in terms of coordination, of expert group at national level. And there I think the panel of this morning, the panel that was indeed the colleague dealing with the European Innovation Partnership and Research and Innovation, there the bottom-up participatory approach is fundamental. There are several different possibilities in terms of organic group, operational group that can be built up, the network among the member states. Therefore, I am sure that it's really a question to find the right tools, but also important to have the willingness from the member state, absolutely. And we will do our best also to promote this, as we have already done also in terms of European router database for the future with the member state. And then still I would like to, indeed also with respect to the training, we are well aware that the necessity to work more with the training. We have already our scheme with the training for the better training for safer food and so on, also for organic. We can even foresee something specifically even for the sector in future with this tool. So that is not to be forgotten. And then I would say we are working on the action plan. You know, you can still contribute by these last days. Please do it. I am collecting all. Thank you for all the idea and the contribution. But I can't now say what will be there because, you know, there is a long consultation, not only public, but as well internal in the Commission. But we really, you know, perfectly, as already said, it's one of the more important objective of the Green Deal. Therefore, we will work all together to achieve this. And I think that there are several new positive outcomes coming from this interesting conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. And from what I understand, you already started replying to the question on the, you know, are there possibilities for the Commission to take a leading role in coordinating exchanges between different countries as well? If I understood correctly, you said you know, the possibilities are there. It's about finding the right tool for that, right?
Yeah, I can't commit because it's now I am working in the unit organics, and therefore this type of coordination is not that we have to see in which way this can be. Yeah, but it's not that I can commit saying the Commission will take this. From our side, we are already with the member state. We work mainly with member states and to find with member states the way to promote this and to push further. We are already doing what in this sense. And then indeed there will be the temporary experiment on the other side in terms of technical approach to the new breeding for the organic varieties, and therefore, and we will follow this strictly. With the colleague will further add in this sense.
Okay, thank you once again, Patricia. And now I will turn to your colleague from the European Commission, but from DG Sante, Thomas Weber. Hello, Thomas. Thank you as well for joining again. And thank you for acknowledging already yesterday that the result of the LIVESEED project were fully taken into account already in all your work preparing the secondary legislation as well. So, Thomas, you're policy officer in the plant health unit in DG Sante, and you work, among other things, on the seed chapters of a new organic regulation. And also yesterday you gave in detail, an overview of the progress on the Organic Heterogeneous Material Delegated Act, but also about the prospects for the temporary experiment on organic varieties as well. So, but maybe you could also tell us again where you see the contribution of the Commission in all the recommendations that were put forward, and please also do react to some of our statements if you want to.
Yes, if I can. So yes, I think I think DG Sante, with our responsibility for the seed marketing legislation, is actually quite potentially quite crucial, maybe often a bit overlooked in some sectors. So concretely, of course, it's what you already mentioned. So in the context of our seed legislation, we are preparing this temporary experiment on organic varieties suitable for organic cultivation. I think this is one of the most critical contributions we can make. It really addresses crucial issues for actually the ability of the breeding sector being able to provide varieties appropriate for a large sector of organic farmers. So we are looking at specific testing regimes, also DOS and VCU, so performance testing. And I hope it will run over 7 years, but that's the maximum, of course. And I hope that we do our best, that we use the time from the start of the experiment as efficiently as possible, so that we can see from the beginning how things are going. So this is really a crucial part of our work in that respect. Well, secondly, you might be aware, we have been requested by Council to submit a study on the options to update the seed marketing legislation. So we are currently working on that together with a contractor, and so we will build on what was done before to what we see is still valid. And of course, we will address the issues which we did not sufficiently consider in the previous attempt, and we of course have to take into account complete new policy frameworks, like of course, the Green Deal and Farm to Fork strategy. So this gives us the opportunity to adapt the entire legislative framework much better to the needs of different sectors, including the organic sector. So this is indeed, it's also a bit more long term, but we are working on that, and I think some of you have also been consulted in the meantime. We actually can also work on the level of implementation of existing rules. So for example, DG Sante and our unit, we are the parent DG of the Community Plant Variety Office, which is working on testing protocols. So of course, mostly for their mandate is for plant variety rights, but the same protocols are used for registration. And we, of course, observe the development. We look how issues of the diversity of uniformity of varieties are addressed in the protocols, while respecting, of course, the role they are playing. So this issue we do, and yes, so I think we have actually quite a lot on the plate to do. It's we hope that we can, yes, really contribute. I think it's a bit more long term than 25, 26 to the ability of breeders to provide varieties which are useful for the organic farmers. But maybe there is really a good prospect for the 2030s, I would say, of course, given the timelines the breeding sector is working with. So in that respect, I would be quite optimistic. So
yes, thank you very much, Thomas. And be reassured, I think nobody here is downplaying the importance of the work of DG Sante on these issues, and we do really hope that as many member states as possible will indeed participate also to the temporary experiment on organic plant breeding as well. So thank you for that. And now I think we still have a bit of time for questions. So maybe the studio can bring back all the panelists on screen. Maybe I would just ask for volunteers to make an additional contribution or to react to one another statements, or to tell us how, you know, the stakeholders, so to speak, you represent, could contribute to this elaboration of roadmap. I mean, we've heard time and again that it's important to have a plan and to collectively discuss and agree on the ways forward. That's what the national level for specific crop, on how derogations will be phased out on the one end, and how the production of organic seeds will be increased too. So maybe who will I pick first? Stefan, are there points that you want to add in relation to what was said by some of the other speakers?
Shall I start?
Yes.
Okay, I try it. I just thought about it, how long we need in the last years. So 2004, we had a specification for the starter base. So it needs 16 years up to now. And I think we have to think about it where we are now. So I think in this speed, we cannot reach the goal, the aim of 2035. We have to go faster, I think. I don't know if you agree, but I think Monica and Melanie, I agree totally what you said. I think that's our experience over the last 10, 15, 20 years. So my conclusion is we have to go faster, and we see, and it's really fantastic again from this LIVESEED project where we are now in Europe. from the 27, 28 countries. So we have to see that we have really different LIVESEED levels or speeds in Europe. And I think on this ground, we have to see that I think every country have to make a roadmap how they will reach 2035 with 100% organic seeds. We have to remember what happens maybe for conventional animals. They have to change since a long time in organic regulation. You have to need organic animals, or for organic, for conventional feed, you have to use organic feed. But I'm now so long in the sector, and I see in the regulation it's clear they have normally they have a year where we have reached this. But we, in the last 10 years also, we see with organic animals, with organic feed, mostly the country said, no, we are not so far, and we have to need much more time. And I hope from this experience, we have to recognize we have to go faster for this organic seed. And so again, I think it will be really good because every country will have an own roadmap with a different speed, but with a goal 2035, maybe to make it in the next 2-3 years. And then I think, I said before, and in my first statement, it will be good to change it between the countries, from the neighbor countries. But I think it will be also good from the European Commission to see on this process, to ask how fast you are, where are you? So maybe every 3 years, on which side and which steps you have made.
Okay.
So, and at last, and we didn't, sorry, one last sentence to it. I think it's also good to see or to ask a little bit what happens outside of European Union. I think there's also a big market and we get much products from outside. And also there, I think it must be a question, you say organic seeds or not. So that's my last sentence. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Stefan. You're right. You have a lot of experience, and precisely the LIVESEED project was about bringing, lessons from what we did in the past to do better in the near future as well. So thank you for these proposals and stressing again the need for clear roadmaps at the national level. Pierre has asked for the floor. Pierre, please, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Well, the roadmap has been mentioned, and so I like to say that I found the roadmap that I see in the recommendation very useful to be implemented, and I would just like to inform that as Italy, we will make use of it within the so-called seed action plan, national seed action plan, that it will be soon launched under the umbrella of the Ministry of Agriculture. And we plan to have several aspects within this plan, either on a political level, either on the organizational level, and also technical and scientific, in order to have something like a seed policy, organic seed policy for the nation, for our country. And of course, all the stakeholders will be involved in the definition of details of action in this plan. And we hope that it will be useful to have a common understanding, a common direction for our country in organic seed. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. And yeah, it's clear that the level of prioritization for developing organic has increased. And with the CAP strategic plans, Ideally, we need to have national organic action plans as well, and the roadmap for seed production could be part of it as well. Thank you very much. Maybe I will address these questions to Cesar and Melanie as well to get your perspective as seed companies. Maybe Melanie first and then Cesar.
I think the idea of national roadmaps is a very good one because we don't have the same approaches in all countries. So I think if we will come up now with a top-down solution, it will not fit. And I think this is something that has to come bottom up. But what I've seen in the last discussions, and I've been in the vegetable expert group now for 5 years, and I think Stefan will agree with me. We discuss a lot, and we have sometimes difficulties to make steps forward. I think we really have to focus on 2035 and say, okay, this is our goal, and how do we get to there? And really to agree that we all want to end up with 100% organic seeds, also from growers, but also from supplier side. I think that's an agreement we have to make in the first place.
Thank you, Melanie. Cesar, what about your perspective? Will the roadmap help? Is it going to be enough?
Yeah, well, I remember when I used to work in the regional Ministry of Agriculture in one region in Spain, I remember that there was a national action plan for organic farming and a regional action plan for organic farming. So I don't think this is a new concept, and for sure it will help. To me, that's clear. But I would be very cautious with that because we are talking about a huge increase, and I'm not so sure that there will be such demand. That's why I was mentioning it in my previous statement. I keep in mind that all the efforts that the EU will put into it are let's say, in a timeline of 7 years when the multi-annual financial framework is based. Well, 7 years means that the efforts that are made today will only have a result in 7 years when the new varieties, hopefully even 10, but 7 years will be there. Well, when that time passes and all this effort that the EU puts into it, will this effort be sustained? So will there be a demand that doesn't need an extra help to pull the production of seed, or will only be subsidies and then once it's gone, it's gone? And the companies, what will they do with all that investment? So these kind of reflections need to be included in the action plan and in the national action plans as well. But for sure, this will help.
Yeah. No, thank you, Cesar. I think these are important points. Action plans should not be about only list of good intentions. You need to have very clear objectives and review mechanisms and monitor regularly where you are at with the implementation of the specific actions that you listed, so as to adapt as well to the situation, and in case the demand is not there as well. So you're right, these are important points to include from the start in a roadmap and in an action plan as well. So thank you for that. Maybe a question to you, Joanna, as well, because we've heard that in a country like Poland, where organic farming organizations are not so well developed or organized. Do you see the possibility to have a broad stakeholders involvement to come up with such a clear roadmap, for example, for organic seed production?
Quite on the contrary, I think it will be important to understand the realities of farmers in terms of economic transition to seed production and involvement in determination of seed technologies. But actually, it sounds by listening to all of you how far it's advanced and looking at the LIVESEED project, and just realizing that the entire LIVESEED project has not been communicated in Poland to our network. who are involved in those topics. My impression is that it's more the intermediaries, both researchers and community organizers and firm and social enterprises that would maybe existing seed companies that will play more of a role right now, because the pool of farmers in Poland who could benefit from seed production feeding into the entire system is very big. The issue is the economic incentivizing and showing the economic model, technical skills, and just teaching a different culture of collaboration with the seed companies, I think, so that it's on the equal footing, because it's easy to turn farmers into seed producers on contracts, but it's a little bit different to empower them with that as well. So that would be my concern, and yes, it's very inspiring. It would be great to have a little more technical and organizational collaboration. But I haven't, as I looked at the results, I have not been aware of the seed group by the Organic Farming Coalition. So it's a matter of communication as well, how far it reaches and how well we can collaborate, I think, in involving stakeholders.
You're right, very important point, and it's true that the situation is very different from country to country as well. So thank you once again for this contribution. We're running a bit out of time, but I want to still give Monica, Patricia, and Thomas the opportunity for a last word, but please be quite quick, as we will have Micah after. Monica, do you want to add something very quickly?
Yes, I would like to add that we, beside the roadmap, we also need to have a controlling of this, and this control should be within the country, but also on the European level, because otherwise there is a good intention, but nothing will happen, and everybody will think, okay, 2036 is a long time ago. If you think about seed, and if you really want to do it, and even if you talk about biennial crops, it should be able to do it within 5 years, technically speaking, but it's really the part to find this common willingness to do this, to communicate also among farmers why they should use organic seed and why the organic system only makes sense if you start from the beginning with organic, because otherwise you don't have a closed cycle of organic. And I think it also really needs this this financial incentives for those who are using organic seed, or maybe the financial punishment for those who are not using organic seed.
Thank you, Monica. So we need the bottom-up approach and participatory processes on the one end, but strict control of the implementation on the other end. Yes, maybe Thomas first, a last word on that.
Yes, I just want to take up what maybe Monica alluded to. So it's, I think that's outside our direct influence, of course, on DG Sante, but I think the economic framework is very important, and I'm concerned about the viability of organic breeding. So the financing of organic breeding. I know it has been addressed a lot, but I see this as really a crucial aspect, how to really enable the breeding of organic varieties. We can put in place an appropriate regulatory system, but the economics of the actual breeding is really extremely important. Also, of course, medium term and long term.
Okay, thank you, Thomas and Patricia. You have one addition to make?
Yes, from my side, in fact, I take note of several interesting suggestions on which we have not yet worked, and we will reflect on these as well, also working on our organic action plan, therefore, and we will continue to work with the member state, because of the member state that finally have the responsibility to implement and to do, in fact, the plan in a most integrated way to achieve this objective. Therefore, we will do all the possible to indeed promote this as well at the level of member state, and to reassure Monica in the sense of, for the control of the of the program with the implementation was, as I said yesterday, it's one of our objectives to indeed to create a platform to be able to collect the information in an efficient way, and to recuperate hopefully what we have missed in this past years, because indeed I think it's an area that should on which we have to recuperate. Agree.
Thank you very much, Patricia. And let me take this opportunity to thank again the European Commission and the member states, experts and national authorities for all the hard work and intense reflection which is going into the preparation of a secondary legislation on the organic regulation. Thank you all the panelists for your participation. Please leave the studio now because I will give the floor to Michael Reichmakers, who has coordinated the policy work of the LIVESEED project, for more thank yous as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Michael, are you with us? So while Michael is supposed to join us for a few thank you, I would like to thank you all once again for your participation. We had the LIVESEED final event yesterday, but we had this European policy workshop today as well. And you will hear more from the LIVESEED project because more results are going to be published in the next months. I think the project has been pretty much outstanding in terms of results and policy relevance as well. Yes, thank you very much once again for making it possible, all of you. But Maker, you have more thank yous, I think.
Yes. Thank you for this opportunity to thank all the stakeholders that have contributed in the past years to improve the situation on organic seed and use and production in their country. And I want to especially thank all the LIVESEED national partners for their hospitality during the national visits and the workshops. And I want to share with you some of our experiences there, because we did not only learn a lot about seed, but also about culture and the cultural diversity that we still have within Europe, luckily. In the southern European countries, for instance, we were constantly, when we visited there, reminded of the fact that the seed is the basis of our food, and that good food needs time and place. The Italian partners, for instance, they would not mind to work in the evening, but they also insisted to have a lunch break for at least an hour and a half. And I remember when we visited the Ministry of Agriculture in Greece, that there was so much delicious food on the table that we had no room left for our papers or laptops. And also in Spain, when we organized a workshop there, we suggested to start at 9 in the morning, and the national partners just refused. They said, you cannot have a workshop without a proper breakfast. So finally, we decided to start at 10. We had some more fun, for instance, in Hungary, where we went together with the people from UMKI to one of the seed suppliers associations to find out more about their members that were producing also organic seed. But unfortunately, the person we met did not have a clue. So we had a long list of questions, but he could not answer any of that. But he was very polite, and he offered us coffee several times. And in the meantime, he played with our business cards. So it was awkward, but also a nice experience. In Bulgaria, we went straight from the airport to a meeting with seed producers and researchers. And when we entered the room, there was already a lively debate going on. We settled ourselves, we started our PowerPoint presentations, but they kept talking. So we really had to make some noise to draw their attention. And later we learned that this was because those stakeholders met for the first time. And they were very grateful that we offered them this opportunity. And this experience showed me that providing a platform for stakeholders to meet was just as important as the content of our meetings. And that's why I'm also very pleased with the progress that has been made in different countries, which was presented today. In several countries, seed expert groups have been initiated, established, or improved. And in other countries, online platforms have been created where farmers and seed suppliers can meet and exchange information. That is why I'm very confident that the progress already made in those countries in the previous period will continue also after the LIVESEED project has ended. So thank you all for your enthusiasm and dedication to this topic and for the progress that you made. I hope you keep up the good work. I didn't prepare any closing remarks regarding this panel discussion, but now I have the floor. I could say a few words. Also, I want to thank all the panelists for their constructive contribution to this discussion. And I'm very pleased to hear that there is so much consensus on the actions that are needed, the roadmap, but also joint forces between seed producers, research institutes, and farmers to reach the goal. And although there's still a lot of work to be done, and I agree that we have to speed up, I think meetings like today also contribute to feel the sense of urgency. And I hope that in the near future, many new companies will enter the organic market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maaike, for sharing these memories, which are also about the beauties and pleasures of working together across such different countries to build the European Union as well. I think it's also important for us to remind this in such a time. So thank you for that. And likewise, people like to remind us the road and the path we're taking and the travel itself is almost as important as the destination we're trying to reach. So thank you for sharing once again these memories of these national workshops as well. With that, I would like to close this session and this workshop today. Thank you very much to all of you for participating. And as I said before, stay tuned because you will hear more about LIVESEED and about the results and about similar projects which will continue to increase organic seed and organic plant breeding as well. So thank you very much, and I wish you a very nice evening. Until next time.